that this youth Gen Z's revolution will be more lethal if we target the soft underbelly that has characterized what is normalized as the vice in the current political class, what I call materialistic consequentialism, in the sense that people don't say the end justifies the means, even if the means is impure. So, can we fight this materialistic consequentialism philosophy and position within the political class? Because this is the root cause of rottenness in our society. And as I conclude, Professor Kibuta Kibwana yesterday on this space gave a very moving example of the youth because of despair, unemployment, social pressures, are going for what we call aided suicide. They have been contemplating suicide, and that is why they are now daring the guns, the live bullets, so that it can be an easy alternative. They call aided suicide. So it is that grave, and we must act fast so that we can liberate the future for the youth out of this mass unemployment and economic disenfranchisement. Thank you, Dr. Rees.
Thank you so much, Nashon. Now we close. So closing remarks from Tony Gashoka, then Dr. Mutunga, and then Dr. Miguna. And as they do that, let's not forget to build the network by following each other. So do follow the host, co-host speakers, and look left and right and follow each other. Tony?
Well, I want to close by reminding Kenyans that there was no greater army more armed to the teeth than the Boers of South Africa. They had tanks on the street, they had machine guns, and even did the Soweto massacre where they murdered children en masse. By the end of the uprising in South Africa, they were running to remove Mandela from jail, forcing him to leave so that he can bring some order in South Africa. I want to give hope to this nation. In the words of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., only when it's dark enough can you see the stars. I also want to take this opportunity because of time to thank Hilary and Marge and all of you by hosting this space because I tell you, even in democratic evolutions, we always talked about the fourth estate, meaning media. But media has transformed in the internet age to become where we are now. Where we are is where the people are. To create communication and information is what will create the resolve and the determination of our people to liberate themselves so that one day we can say we are free at last and thank God Almighty, we are free at last. With those very many words, I want to encourage everyone that every day we wake up, we must wake up with one conviction that Ruto is no bigger than Moi and others who have gone before him. Ruto must go. And if you make the decision, the numbers of the Jay-Z, the numbers of Kenyans are in their millions. We will have more than 17 to 20 million votes by the time we reach 2027. Ruto will go and Ruto must go.
Thank you so much, Tony. Over to you, Dr. Mutunga.
Thank you. Actually, I didn't drop off. When I was looking at the question that I was asked, I was still listening, and the answers came from Miguna. There was somebody called Degwa, who also weighed in, and Neto. So I don't want to go there except to say we're talking a political movement here. So if there are, and I know there are some Gen Zs that, and I've been told by some people that there are some people who have gone to court actually under Article 1, basically seeking to withdraw the delegated authority, of some institutions, and that they want to exercise their sovereign power, directly. Okay, it could be a strategy, but I mean, if certain GCs want to go the court route, and others don't want, I think these strategies have to be, to be discussed. because I think if they want to go to court, somebody is going to say that the judiciary can't, can't deliver, the right judgment. There could be a debate around that. Um let's flag that issue, as an issue of strategy. But fundamentally, I agree that what is happening is actually a political movement that even if it's going to use the legal path at any point, it will be doing that, to aid the fundamental, political strategy. And that's all I wanted to say. Thank you very much, and we keep talking. Thanks.
Thanks so much for coming and for sharing with us your knowledge. Over to you, Dr. Miguna.
Mike, thank you very much. I thank all the hosts and all the speakers, all the people who have listened in quietly and those who have spoken. And I thank the Gen Zs and the millennials for leading the struggle. I want to say three things. Number one, this struggle does not belong to one generation. I have been on this already, and I think we should make this clear every time. This is the struggle of our ancestors as much as it is our struggle and the struggle of the Gen Zs and also the millennials. Because what our ancestors and our grandparents fought for during colonialism, we have not obtained. We don't have our land back. Our sovereignty belongs to us and does not have to be vested on us by anyone, but it's been subverted successively by successive regimes. For we need to get that. We don't have all the freedoms that we assert we have in the Bill of Rights, including the freedom of association, including the freedom to protest. That is why they're shooting at us, including freedom of the speech. That's why the president Ruto keeps attacking us, calling us violent when we are just speaking. Let no one tell us that because we are not Gen Zs, this is not our struggle. That's divide and rule. Don't let anybody tell you that CJ Mutunga is not a Gen Z, therefore he should not be speaking. That I, Miguna, am not a Gen Z, therefore I should not be speaking. That's parochialism. That's sectarianism. That's a divide and rule tactic. We must reject it because our struggles are based on the struggles of the people who are long gone. Each generation stands on the shoulders of the previous one. Without that, there is no need for a struggle and we can never succeed. So we should get that in our heads and reject these people who are bringing divisive messages and ideas into our heads. We are together in this struggle. We are not united. We are not divided. The fourth point is this, and I have seen it. As I have said before, they have made messages and they are spreading messages of confusion. Let us not allow ourselves to be confused. We could be demonstrating and protesting every single day. There is not one day that is reserved for protests. As I have seen, that they were saying that the previous protests of last week failed, but there were people in Mulolongo and other places that were protesting and were very successful. The protests are going on all over the country. It's not just in Nairobi. Let's make it organic. Let's continue to do so. Let's make it huge. And it does not matter if only a handful show up. It does not matter as long as we continue on it until we achieve our goals. I wanted to say that we cannot call the martyrs, the people who have been murdered by the state goons, as having committed aided suicide. That kind of language is dangerous. These people did not go to the street to die. Rex did not want to die. Um, Denzel did not want to die. Onsongo did not want to die. All these people did not want to die. They went there. Yes, they were fearless, but they went there to protest in exercise of their constitutional rights. But they did not go there to invite the police to shoot them. When they die, we should call them heroes. We should not say that they committed suicide or they wanted themselves to be killed. No, they were killed by cold blooded murderers. Let us call the killers murderers. Let us not blame the victims. Let's blame the perpetrators. The last point I want to make is basically in response to my friend CJ. CJ, I actually believe that going to court is not a good strategy because it attempts to validate something that doesn't need to be validated. Our rights under Article 1 do not need validation by the courts. This is something that I was being told when Uhuru Kenyatta forced me into exile. And people are telling me, oh, the courts gave you. The courts did not give me any rights. The courts simply affirmed the rights. So if somebody is going to court for the affirmation, no problem. But we should not make anybody think that if the court does not affirm it, therefore the right does not exist. Because the danger is, if you go to court saying we have the right under Article 1 to exercise our sovereignty directly, what if the court says no? And then you give the regime the weapon now to attack you, saying the court has already ruled that you cannot do what you are doing. So therefore you fold and you call off the protests. I think that is not a strategy. That is actually naive. That is trying to buy into something that you have no control over. We already have the constitution which we gave ourselves. That's enough. Let's not look for validation from the courts because the courts can be used against us. We should only go to court for things that we are almost certain that even if the court rules against us, it cannot be used by the regime. That would be good strategy. So, as I leave, I would like to say I don't think that this organic, tribeless, leaderless movement should be controlled by anyone, including the ones that are spreading posters saying demonstrations can only happen on this day or that day or between these hours and these hours. And that makes me agree with 6,000 who said the less spaces, the better. But spaces are important spaces for mobilization, for asserting our rights. But the more of us on the streets rather than the spaces, the better. Have a good evening. Have a good weekend. No, have a good day. Have a good afternoon. For those who are where it is morning, have a good morning. Let us continue the struggle. A luta continua. Viva.
Thank you so much, General, and thanks everyone also for listening. And so now, Hillary, come on and close the meeting. As we wait for Hillary to close, Be Real is closing remarks. Oh, Hillary, are you there? Okay, Be Real, your closing remarks as we, yeah.
Good evening, Marge. Good evening, Dr. We appreciate you, the two doctors, for your input and your insights. I want to appreciate everyone that was in this space for the humble cause. And it's not a struggle. I say it's a journey destined somewhere. So let's keep it up. Let's keep on with the fight. The dawn is soon. Have a blessed evening. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, Be Real. Hillary, are you there? I think Hillary had some meeting also in the parallel, so let me give her more time. Daktari, Daktari and Tony, thank you so much. Feel free to take a leave as I wait for Hillary to come on board again, because otherwise we it's only him who can close the space. As we wait for Hillary, I'll give you guys 15 minutes. So those who are waiting, just or Tony, do you want to say something as I give people 15 minutes and then we can close? Okay, so then let me add and then get Hillary. You okay, Kingsman? Kingsman, you haven't spoken. Kingsman? Yes,
Yes,
yeah,
yes,
yeah.
yes. Yeah, I just wanted to maybe add on something that Daktari said about us going to court. If you remember, there's a team that went to High Court when the CS for Defense deployed the military. And I think as that Nini was making his submission or a submission on that day, I can't remember the gender very well, but someone came to the spaces and said that the magistrate or the judge at the High Court at that point was called in the middle of the Zoom proceedings that were happening at that time, and she went offline for like 30 or 40 minutes. And then when she came, because the constitution is very clear on when, as we've seen, and I've even shared on the comment side of this our space, like when you can when you can deploy the military, and I think Daktari has spoken on it, and it was well elaborated. But after people went to High Court for determination or for clarity on the same, I think the judge went behind the scenes, and when she came back, she came with, I don't know how she mutilated or manipulated the judgment, and then she said that yes, it can be deployed on this and this and this. And that, I think that is the same day that the military was deployed across the 47 counties in the country. So as Daktari said, that some of these things that you might go to court trying to get a determination, and then they end up being detrimental, working against you. Yeah, back to you,
Thank you
Maj.
so much. So, Tony, I see that you came back.
Yeah, yes, no, no, I dropped as you asked me to say a part in short. And I just
Yes.
wanted to say, Marge, look, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with one step. We must not beat ourselves too much because a lot has been achieved in less than 60 days of great proportions. I mean, you're dealing with a very selfish, rogue regime that really we must thank God that we've been able to bring some sense into the finance bill of 2024 that would have destroyed this nation through punitive taxation. We've been able to scare a lot of the members of parliament who now don't are thinking twice before they do anything else in parliament, which may help them police the IBC for us because they are fearing how the Jay-Zs and how all of us are holding them to account. So remember that these demonstrations are not just targeting Ruto, they are targeting his enablers, the people who also will fall by the wayside. I want to remind this country, people like Musalia Mudavadi cannot sleep at night. They had succession plans. People like Rigathi Gachagua, all these people were lining up to be able to bequeath themselves power via Ruto in the future. Now comes this revolution that completely destabilizes them. And once you destabilize the foundation and the pillars of any building, cracks emerge. And engineers in this space will tell you those buildings will come down. And that is why I give this space the example of South Africa, because nobody ever believed apartheid could fall because the Boers had everything, including the military. So I just want to encourage everybody that this kind of communication we are doing, giving each other comfort and strength, is the way in which armies are founded. And that is how Britain was able to defeat Germany in the Second World War, because Churchill did not have a big country. He didn't have military numbers, but he had the heart of a lion, and he fought and fought until the last day. So I want to encourage everybody to believe that we can. And yes, we can, and Ruto will go. And thank you so much for this space.
Thank you so much for staying with us and for creating the time to come and speak to us. So, guys, we've already closed. And so we've extended it by 15 minutes as we wait for Hillary to settle and close the space because it's only the host who can close the space. So let's take this chance to provide the opportunity to those who have spoken. So take note that the official space has ended, but your questions, if you still have questions for Dr. Miguna and Dr. Mutunga, and also Tony, you could just pose them also, and then they will come and listen to the rest of the space and answer to you via tweets. Let's go by graduate and then Moses.
Well, thank you so much for this opportunity. I had much to say, but unfortunately, my time is short. I want just to say one thing that personally, as Gen Z, I'm quite disappointed by these self-appointed gatekeepers who are trying to gatekeep this revolution, and they are trying to call for some backdoor dialogue and whatever, which we have really spoken outrightly that we are not going to board. So what I would wish as comrades, we let us deplatform these guys. If we see some sellouts, if we see these politicians who are dining with the oppressors at the expense of the blood of Kina Rex, Kina Desert. Me, I was there on 25th, and I can tell you, many of the people who you are seeing negotiating and cutting deals have never been to the streets. So it's so disappointing to see a comrade die as someone who live in Githurai and whatever. It's so inhumane to see some stuff. So what I can ask of us is, let us not give these people so platform. I've seen Wanga like today claiming that the Luos are not gonna be in the process. This is the tribeless movement. So ukisikia hizo ma sentiments za politician about this tribe, oh, I am telling you as your kingpin, don't come to the street. Please don't listen to them. We are tribeless. We are one people. Revolution has always been hijacked by opportunists, and you know them. I'm not going to mention them. So let us be focused, and I know God is going to see us through. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, graduate. You see, like when you live your day-to-day life, tribe mostly does not even take the center. You know, when you faint somebody, when you're walking on the street and you faint, nobody's going to mind about your tribe. They're going to go like, oh my gosh, somebody fainted, let's help. But the tribe issue is mostly brought about by politicians when they need, then they need to use it, to divide and rule. So yes, I really underline your point and say, let no one, divide people using tribe. So Moses and then Mara, there's a lady I added. I wanted to hear a lady too, but she's dropped again. People are dropping. Okay, Moses and then Morara and then Pigeon. 2 minutes each.
Thank you so much, Matt. Thank you so much. I think I'll just be in line with what Dr. Miguna was actually talking about unity. And to me, what I want to say, like, out of what we've seen from our leaders today, we are seeing people that are very selfish. And I think one of the speakers just said, we are not really coming here to fight about Ruto. Let me tell you one thing that we came into realization at the start of this fight. I know most of us didn't really come to know it, but it is something that really was not right with some certain individuals or leaders that we are having, who are so selfish, are so full of themselves, who are so much onto not even serving the people that really elected them. And we are seeing it coming out strongly, and there's so much mad into this movement and calling it names. So all I would want to encourage all of us is like, let's work together. Let us stand firm in our ground, knowing really what we want for this country, without any fear, any favor, like you're favoring somebody because this is somebody I know, this is somebody I support, this is my party leader. That is not going to pay your bill. That is not going to take you to the next level. It is not going to take us to the next level as a country. And Dr. said it. Let the movement stand strong. Let the movement stand focused under one thing. And what all we want as a country is it's so very direct into actioning. The leaders know already what they want to do. Why do we want to waste time into the old tactics that have never worked? This is a new generation and it's a new era. And we have to come and stand for our country. We have to come and stand and let's bring all these people. We know we have all these leaders, even in our constituencies, our wards, our whichever countries that we belong to, are so much out here talking but doing less of work. And now by the time we are coming and demanding action, I know some of them are even already shaken and they're like, oh no, give it a dialogue. The other party is so much into wisdom and he knows, or when he speaks, is right. No, that is not right. We all are leaders. These are just our representatives. And if people that we elect to come and do the representation they're supposed to do and they're no longer able to do it, let them just step aside. Let them calm down. And that is only possible by us coming and standing our ground. So this is
Yeah.
our fight, man.
Thanks so
Thank you
much,
so much.
Moses.
Thank you so much,
Let's have
Michael. Yes.
Morara next and then Pigeon. And so, kindly 2 minutes each so that others can also speak. We still have over 100 people requesting for the mic, though we were trying to close. And then let's close the top of the hour. I hope by then Hillary will be back. If you have questions for Dr. Miguna, Dr. Mutunga, and Kashoka, do shoot. Morara?
Thank you very much. Some of you may know me from the speech that I did, where I mimicked what Ruto should have said when he came on stage and spoke to us. And I wrote a speech about how he should have spoken to the Kenyan people. And since then, I've had a very keen interest about how we proceed forward. One of the things I've noticed is that. The fact that we are leaderless has both impacted us positively and also negatively. Positively, in the sense that corrupt people like William Ruto, whose way of life is they buy people out and they bribe anything that works, they've been unable to find the leader of this revolution for them to bribe it, to bribe him or to buy him off. Well, the disadvantage of being leaderless has been that in some cases we've lacked direction because, for instance, we've had very good opportunities that were wasted. Um, Now, even as we are on these Twitter spaces, we should be aware that the NIS is listening in and that the West are our enemies, especially the IMF, the United States, the CIA, and Cambridge Analytica. And these are very, very powerful enemies. These are people who have softwares that can analyze millions of social media accounts within minutes. Cambridge Analytica can actually create millions of fake accounts within a day and create fake content using AI. So we have very powerful enemies that are supporting this useless regime, and those enemies are going to provide them with information, with data. The only advantage that we have is that we have God on our side. It just looks like it's our moment that has come. So it seems even as we go to battle, God is ahead of us. So our enemies keep falling in front of our faces.
Yeah.
And sometimes it's not because of our own effort or because of our intellect or because of our ingenuity, but merely because I think God has also made a decision that it is time.
Yeah.
So I am really holding my heart in my hands and hoping that we don't fail. I am happy that the dialogue flopped. I was really worried when I saw it on TV. I was unable to eat lunch. I was unable to eat anything until in the evening when I saw most of the Gen Zs and millennials and people from other generations. They are actually not supporting those talks because I knew it's a trap.
Yeah.
Remember, whenever they want to slaughter us, they put us into a committee. And I'll give you two examples. When Raila was unable to convince his core principals to support
But
him
Morara,
to be the
it
running
was supposed to
mate,
be only 2 minutes. There is still over 100. So
add me 30 seconds.
yeah, so please take the 30 seconds to land. Back to you.
When Raila was unable to convince his core principals to support him as the candidate, what did he do? He created a task force, a committee with Adam Zolo and Mudama. And you guys know
Okay, and you have to prepare yourself to pay a heavy price because not struggle is not easy. Struggle is not easy in Africa, my friends. Let alone in Africa, struggling to change a government is not easy even in the developed countries. Okay, but we have to be, the youth, the Gen Zs. You know, it's my desire that you really have to organize yourselves and make your vision clear and align your leaders, put them in positions, organize yourself properly, and articulate what you want to achieve. Then you go for it. This is what I want to say. And the other thing I just want to contribute is from the experience we had in our country is, you know, okay, how do you want to change the government or how do you want to change the system? Is it from within or is it overall kind of change? I would prefer for Kenya, I would prefer, this is my personal view, I would prefer the, the one from within. Overall change of the government in Kenya is costly at this time because Kenya is in a better position to deal, without much bloodshed. You can do things from within if you properly organize yourselves and if you can articulate what you want for your people and for your country. Okay, uh, like in Ethiopia, it did not work from within. But in Kenya, I can say it can work from within because the government is willing to listen to the young people. And then, if the young people are really organized and focused and they articulate what they want to achieve within their country, then they can go for it without really, confronting the old interests. You cannot fight with your fathers. There are some things you want as a child when you grow up, when you grow up, as your interest and your needs grow. We have to see we have to look at or see at the country as a family or as home for in which you want to change things. Okay, there is no need to categorize different views as enemies or as enemies, the, those you want to target and eliminate completely. That will create anarchy, that will create enmity, because everybody want to live, prosper. Everybody has got its own interest and group. So you have to really identify what you want to change within your country. Don't go the harder way. Don't go the really view of enmity way, or you want to eliminate them. You want to completely annihilate them. If people think this way, then they fear and they become defensive. It is human nature. So that will take the way we Ethiopians have gone. Now the youth in Ethiopia are armed. Ethiopia is not a safe country in the major regions in that country, like Oromia in the Amara region, because the youth is armed to their teeth and they are fighting with the federal government and the regional forces. So everything, where people are talking there with guns, it will take you to that direction if you extremely take sides against the government. And the government also want to defend its interests. I mean, when I say government, the current government, which is on power, there are some kind of interests they have. There are some kind. So I just want you to. I'm giving this from experience. So it's better to do things from within, but with a clear vision and with strict discipline and being organized. So, like now, Andrew put the subject for the discussion today: truth and reconciliation. Truth and reconciliation comes after dialogue. So, within that dialogue, you will ask for justice. you will ask for um, uh, a lot of things that needed before truth and reconciliation, okay, in the dialogue process. So I would prefer the youth, now the Gen Zs, really put their selves organized, have a clear vision of what they want to achieve within their country, and also careful how to deal with the old guards. I mean, with the old, politicians, with the old generation, because it should not be a generational fight. It should not be between young people and the old people. No, there are good people that have passed the good things to generations. There are corrupt people. Those need to be targeted. There are good people also you need to follow. There are people who have fought for this country's democracy. They should not be all together put in one basket. That way it won't work. You have to identify the real enemy of the people, the corruption, the tribalism, the yani self, some kind of group only taking care of its own interest against the majority, such kind of things. So I don't want to say much. I'm really concerned about what's happening in Kenya as someone living in Kenya. I'm not born in Kenya, I say, but I'm married to a Kenyan. I have children from a Kenyan, my wife from Kenya. So the future of Kenya belongs to the young people, and so the young people must really careful how to deal, their struggle. That's all I want to say for now. Thank you, Andrew, for giving me the opportunity. I think I've taken much time. Andrew, I'm done.
Seems like Andrew has disappeared. Anyone who wants to say a word of what Game has said?
Who has disappeared? Who has disappeared? Hey, mmeongea sana mno, sana mno. So let's do this.
Yeah, I hope you guys have been. Okay, Andrew is back.
Yeah, so let's do this. Let's close this with final submissions from all the people who've been here. I'll give a chance to Juliani, Duke. I'll give a chance to Leroy, Washira, and James. So give me like your final submissions, then we can close this up. And no, tomorrow's another day. Let's start with you.
Hata mimi
Wewe nataka wewe umalize. Wewe ngoja utamaliza alafu tufunge show.
okay.
All right, so let's start with let's start with Washira. Washira, are you there?
Nico. Asante sana. First of all, thank you to the previous gentleman who has just spoken from Ethiopia. I think amesema vitu enlightening sana. These are the kind of things you wish they can stick in your head for a while you're dreaming, ndio ufikirie vizuri. But on top of that, Kenya nasema ni kuwa since people have undecided whether we're going to have a leader or the idea is going to be a leader, probably we can look into the past and see that probably the Professor alisema Kivuta that the idea can be a leader. And I know, Andrew, you don't want to hear that unasema it's like he's avoiding the story. But if you look at the idea of somebody like Moses from the Bible, or even the Americans, the way they handle it. The Americans, for the longest time, they were dealing with something called the American dream. So any leader who would come, every leader would come on board would be a plug-in. As in, we already have an idea as a people. This is where we are going. Sasa wewe shikilia steering wheel. Sisi tuko kwa gari. Kama hujui kupeleka hiyo gari pale inaenda, toka kwa hiyo kiti, mtu mwingine aingie. So if we have a strong philosophy as probably as a country, or which is going to take time, it will take us to be very patient. Probably the Gen Z revolution will last. They won't even bear the sweetest fruits of this revolution. Maybe it will be their children who are going to see it. We might have to be very patient to see all that. The other thing nilikuwa nataka kusema ni I wish Kibuta angekuwa hapa. Nilikuwa nataka kumwambia he was one of my father's favorite politicians because he never dyed his hair. My father considered politicians very dishonest people because they're all dyeing their hair. Chiki msekara ila ako 8 na ako na nywele ya black. And since watu wanataka kwenda kulala na nikushua Kibe anasikia usingizi kidogo. Kibe should consider yourself to be a speaker for parliament huko mbele. Why I say so is because I think maybe unajidharau kidogo, lakini I think you have a proper understanding of what democracy is. Ungekuwa unasikiza venye watu walikuwa wanaongelesha Osama jana, venye Osama aliingia online jana, na even when watu walikuongelesha wewe sasa, ile you went into some group and you were refused the liberty of speaking. Kuna msanii tuanga, I think this Canadian psychologist Jordan Peterson ashaipayana the perfect description of free speech, of which I've had so far.
Hey, Kibe, I can't seem to hear before.
Amunisikia nini?
Nakusikia.
Yeah, alisema nini? Free speech is a
Dupia nakusikia, mimi nakusikia.
Yeah.
Okay, Fidi, so
No, Duke. Washira is giving a submission. Maybe drop and come back.
Nasema tu democracy is not democracy. Free speech is the liberty to be wrong in public. So I have noticed that in this revolution Kenya imekuwa ikihappen ni kuna watu wanakuwa silenced completely. People itafika at some point people will be afraid to be wrong in public, and if you don't have the freedom to be wrong in public, then we won't have space to be throwing these ideas back and forth. So Kibe, tu mimi ningetaka kuambia asante sana Kenya unafanya na chikini kitu ya maana sana. Naendelea vivyo hivyo. Sikuwe mtiaji kwa mbele. Na hii mambo yote ikishaisha ningetaka kuona hiyo video yenu na nini Juliani kimalizana. Hiyo itakuwa entertainment mzuri sana. So thank you all and have a good night. Asanteni.
Ashira, you're such a pure. All right. Thank you, Ashira. Anybody else I'm leaving out before I give it to Juliani?
Kibe, I can see we all have different points of view, and I think for us to move forward, we need to come to a point where we all can see something in one direction, then move thing that you're doing, that you're giving people a chance to come and bring these thoughts together, and hope you're going to get somewhere. And I hope it's not going to be late. That's all I can say. Thank you for today, and good night.
All right. Thank you, Leroy. I appreciate that. James, are you still here with us?
Yeah, I'm locked. We live to fight another day. Like, it's dope, all the submissions. I like how the Ethiopian guy said, planning is important. I'm really not liking this tone for it will take long. I think things take longer than they should because of lack of proper planning. That's just what I think. Like, if things are planned properly, as in, senior said to me grow up na microwave manze, hatuna 7 years za kushinda tukistruggle, na kitu tukipanga vizuri tunaweza chapa hii game in less than 1 year, tumalizane na hii kurectify system. So let's keep the fight going. If we'll have to push these guys to take more accountability, tukuje tuone tunaweza fanya nini, itabidi tufanye hivyo basi, we push it. And also let's give patronage to people who are supporting the cause, kama Juliani, thanks for coming through. Tunafaa tukidrop ngoma zao like kama interludes ama sijui mnazitangaje hizo vitu ziko huko katikati, watu wakishabonga sana. But apart from that, keep the fight going, manze.
All right, thank you James Morioki. Juliani, si tumalizie hiyo show.
Sijui na maombi, but Kenya ningesema tu, first of all nashukuru sana for the invitation. Nilijipata tu hapa and I thought I needed to hear what people are saying. I think we tunapuuza sana all these spaces that are happening, all these conversations that are happening, and tunapuuza that we are finally speaking. We are all speaking right now, and this has never. Sahi Kibe angekuwa na host sijui nini hapa sahi usiku, na nenge angekuwa na host sijui nini asubuhi. So it's really great that we are having this conversation. So whoever is saying that it hasn't happened or we're waiting for it to happen, I think you're wrong, because this thing has already happened, and it started happening way earlier. If you're really keen as a human being, you will see that this wave has been coming in consistent to pole pole. And the change has already happened. The only difference probably, nimesai kupata ball, imaanisha taza immediately, James. We are not saying that, it will, whatever. We're just saying that ball imeshai patikana. We'll wait for the process of it to grow and whatever. And by the time mtu amezaliwa, bado lazima you have to make sure that amegrow akakuwa adult, amepita hiyo age ya 5 years. So that's why I'm speaking of patience, and also take stock of the successes that we have had so far. We are so fast at trying to get things done, and actually not going, sitting back and saying, actually, you've done a lot, Jan, in the last 4 weeks, if not more. So let's take time kidogo, pat our backs kidogo, tujipatie shukurani, tusikuwe na hali to change things sahi sana. And I'm not saying, when I say sahi, I'm not saying that it happen kesho. I'm just saying that it already happened, but it has to grow into ourselves. We need to also believe that actually it may happen, because I think some of us don't even believe it may happen. That's why we are so quick trying to fix things. And I like to finish the last thing, and I learned this through history when I was looking at the civil rights movement. If you look at, and I gave this example initially, if you look at Martin Luther King, when he was fighting, he fought under the stage of the church. And if you look at Malcolm X, alikuwa fight under the stage of your Muslim brothers, na immediately alikosana nao akatoka. Movement ya Black Panther, when it happened, was that before Nani was killed, the guy, I forgot his name, forgot the name. He was a 21-year-old. And their movement was so powerful in a way that they used all aspects of movement building. First, they used law. So the law was that as anybody in America at that particular time, you can carry gun. As long as usifiche, you can carry it wakati hiyo. They used fashion and culture. Watu walikuwa na afro, watu walikuwa na black. They used social interventions. Ukilikuwa na say wanaenda kwa street, wanapatiana food, walikuwa na a well organized way of treating people and making sure that people are taken care of before they talk about the white man, or we need to do this. So, and this has been happening consistently for the last 4 weeks. Yani kuna tumetuma do, when Hanifa was raising money, hiyo do ilitoka. Kuna wase walikuwa kwa maloya, hata saa hii wanatoa wase. Kuna madaktari walikuwa wanajipeana. Kuna wase walikuwa wakina Samuel walikuwa kwa street, kwa radio station wanaongea. Kuna akina Kibe na nani walisema hatukuwa tunaelewa, but sasa tumechange now we nini. So if you really keen throughout this process, you see an amazing thing happening in our country right now. So don't be in a hurry to see something else. Appreciate where we've been. Then in that utapata wisdom ya know the next step. And the next step are going to be clear. And it's clear right now that the government, wanajua, the people are taking their power back. And they're not going to allow us to take it easily. We are not saying Ruto must go so that he not become a president. One way or the other, we have to have a president. We are saying everything that this administration represents should go, because it doesn't represent the aspirations and what we want as a country and moving forward. Because all this that is happening right now, from Wasana Fight wanna come together when wamepatikana kwa kona, is what has been happening all through kwa politics. Venye nani ametuambia bwana, but what you're saying right now is that the old needs to go, the old way of thinking. So you are calling it a revolution, me I'm calling it evolution. In evolution, bro, we are a new Kenya, a new consciousness, bro. So don't be so at unataka hii happen. It's unfortunate that you have lost people, and you're going to keep remembering. Hata what yangu ni Rex, I'll keep remembering these individuals because it will never go in vain. But let's see for what it is, that the country has already changed. The country has already changed, and it will keep moving towards your direction, either we like it or not. So hiyo change unataka sijui lazima iwe tangible, lazima tukue planned, ina come, but ipatie time igrow into what it needs to become. Otherwise, you'll not be even if it come, you'll not even be able to appreciate it because you're in a hurry to get something else. So nashukuru sana, yani nipigie kelele na Mungu awabariki mpaka next time.
Niko njaa hata siwezi karanga, uwe hai shagala bagala, niko tayari kulipa gharama, sitasimama maovu yakitawala, sitasimama maovu yakitawala. Ufisadi, ubinafsi, ukabila, kuuza sura, wataki kuuza sera, undugu ni kufaana, sitasimama maovu yakitawala, sitasimama maovu yakitawala. Hatujajwazifa una deserve bila kasha makashfa. Hii society Kenya wanaeza share ni jungu ya busa ama keto ya shisha, mfuko zinafikia eko. Unajua thamani ya mali na size ya kifuli, eyo ujaibiwa juu hauna kakitu wo. Risking jail time, police bullet for. Unaweza argue crime doesn't pay, lakini when it is misjustice ina pay. Mwizi ana 40 days, 365 days later, anaendelea kufuata. Do anything for power, ready to lose their head for presidency. Bora waione kwa currency. Sababu gani siko affected na turbulence? Nikifly angani, nimezoa the same feeling. Matatu nikipitia potholes mtaani. Juliani, yeah, yeah. Niko ndani siwezi karanga, uwe hai shagala bagala, niko tayari kulipa gharama, sitasimama maovu yakitawala, sitasimama maovu yakitawala.
All right. Guys, see you tomorrow, man. Have a good one. Thank you for joining me this evening. I appreciate it. Thank you to Juliani, to KASAMWEL, to
the scientist. Na wengine kidogo nimeona pia wana host saa hii akina Kimuzi akina nani, lakini we'll see. Kama mtu ana value whatever is happening, anaweza take time kidogo, hata kama na host kwanza aache kidogo akuja apeane his views na nini, na tunamwachilia endelee na biashara yake nyingine ya ku grow followings pale. Jua pia some people are doing it for the numbers, but it's high time we call them out, sababu hata wao wakihost hizo nini zao tumekuwa we join, tumeongea, wengine hatujaongea, but now this is the time. Hiyo upuzi watu waweke kando, sijui Kibe alisemanga sijui nini, yani bullshit maze. We have better issues right now to discuss rather than being personal. So mimi na call out wenye na follow, hey, to join hands. Hii vita ni ya kila mtu mazee. Hata wazae nyumbani wana tu backup na maombi. Wanatuambia hawana nguvu ya kwenda kwa streets. Tukitoka wanatuambia sasa, my son I bless you. Who are they not to join this movement? So wake up call na watu waamke. Shukran.
Yeah, it's you know, you cannot even blame them too much, because now I mean it's like a gold rush. It's like a gold rush. Everybody's rushing. You see, everybody's rushing to get the numbers. Everybody wants numbers. Give me my numbers. I want to have the biggest space possible. Yeah, I want to be the guy who gurumishas, the way the government took us. Yeah, the government is going to be shaking when they hear about me. No. We are missing the point. We're missing the point completely. All right, let's see. Duke of Kericho, what's up?
Hi, good evening, guys. Nice one. We are here. Guys have not arrived, and we gave them the invite. We have the list. But then, yeah, we'll just push on with those who are there. But it has kept me thinking of so many things. First and foremost, people don't know about, before this Gen Z movement came up just the other day, most of the people didn't know about the spaces. But some of us who have been on these X streets for a while, at least we know the spaces. Once Kibe, when we were in America, we used to host a lot of spaces. You used to host spaces yourself. I never saw any of these politicians. I've been going through my timeline. I see Miguna speaking a lot in a space. I've seen Kivuta, Kibwana doing spaces of late. I saw even Philip Etale of ODM doing spaces. Now, you ask yourself, why are these people so, it's like a rapture, where guys now want to do space all over, like there's an outbreak of spaces. And you realize everyone wants to associate with the Gen Zs. But when it comes to the real reasoning and the honest conversation, the word honest in its real meaning, you don't see it. You just don't see it anywhere. So everyone wants to associate with the Gen Zs, and we agree that Gen Z is a generation that was born at a certain time. They are standing up against the status quo, but with some problems. Of course, they have their own challenges. These people want to associate themselves with us. Most of them come from the millennials and from the X generation. In fact, I don't see any Gen Z there. People hosting today's spaces, severally, they are hosting spaces most, apart from people like Kimuzi, of which I don't think Kimuzi was in Kapsabet. He just finished high school. He's an X or a millennial just before Gen Z. The real Gen Z, if you find them, they are so honest and their points are very clear. All these people, this group of people want to associate themselves with us, they just want to ride. That is why they don't even understand the honesty in this conversation. And you see, once we gave them the invites today, it's not like I'm blaming them, but I'm just giving you a study. Once you give them the invites, they don't seem to come. Why? Everyone wants to do their own thing. They see us as yani nikaa they want to consume us. It's like msanii anaona a crowd. So they see it's like we are a crowd of people that will buy the ideas. Now all of a sudden, ideas are everywhere. Everyone has to tell us something. Everyone is running about governance, you about what, you about. Now, but then when it comes to the real conversation like this one where Andrew Kibe called us this evening and told us, okay guys, let us call our house to order. We cannot continue like this. It is truth and reconciliation. Tujipange before tupangwe. If politicians can come together, like you saw the other day, President Uhuru Kenyatta in 2018 came together with Raila Odinga after a very, very vicious and a very tough struggle, where even we lost a 2-month-old baby, Pendo in Kisumu. You lost a lot of guys. Then Raila comes, talks to Uhuru, and they become buddies. The other day, we were on the streets, guys lost their lives. And today, yesterday, President Ruto is there with Raila Odinga. Only a fool will believe that these guys are enemies. These guys are not enemies like we are made to think. These guys, they are playing a game. And as long as we are in conflict, they are okay. That is why they come together at the convenient times. And when it's our time to have conversations, you find guys don't come out. They don't have conversation. You realize also the selfishness in us. Guys are very selfish everywhere. Everywhere. Now guys want to start this fitina war. You know, Andrew Kibe this, the host that. And we have differences everywhere. It's like if you scan your village. When there's a function in a rich man's home, all of us run there. But when it's a function from a humble person, like one of us, we don't come through. It's just that case. It's a case like that. But all the same, guys, why I believe if we can have a honest conversation of how we tunafaa kujipanga, at least we'll arrive at we will build something nice. Do not despise humble beginnings. I mean, let us start the way we are. Me, you, and another person, we can discuss, have things, we can have solutions for our own problems. Because I discovered everybody is greedy outside here. All of a sudden, guys are hosting spaces. None of them is even a Gen Z. None is giving even Gen Z's time to speak in their spaces. So a 45-year-old hosts a space, has another 45-year-old. A mainstream guy or another politician like Evoda Kibwana is hosting a space now all over. He seems to now be knowing the problems of Gen Zs more than the Gen Zs themselves. Host space. Somebody, example here, Miguna. Miguna is just having spaces discussing Gen Z issues. These guys don't even a Gen Z. No Gen Z speaking in that space. Now I don't know which Gen Z they are talking about. So we want to tailor this space through the reconciliation to Jipange before Tupangwe, where we, the real Gen Zs and those people who are in the front line, come out and at least build something out of this and to avoid confusion. If we build bit by bit, baby steps, at least I know we'll be somewhere. Nice, those are my remarks.
All right, thank you, Duke. I feel like we have talked so much. I'm looking for someone who has anything like completely different to give us. We've said so many things. Yeah. We have talked, man. I'm even feeling that fatigue now, the fatigue of talking about it. You know, I get very worked up when I talk about things I cannot solve. And I'm like, why are we talking about it? If we cannot solve it, we just forget about it. Tuache kuongea kama tuwezi solve. Lakini kama tunaweza solve, hiyo kuongea lazima ifike point sasa tuseme let's put some action behind it. Nani atafanya hii, nani atafanya hii, nani atafanya hii. Hatuwezi bonga tu forever.
Of course, we have ideas. We have ideas, all true, but that's just a basis of why we should come together around now the order. Like, guys are still confused. The confusion is still there. The talking is too much. Spaces everywhere. Everyone has an idea all of a sudden. But now at least we should get down to work.
All right, okay. Let's see who else is here. All right, that's Duke. Is Jerry? Are you there? Alafu hizi spaces ukienda mazeni kupigwa tu. Hey, we must. Lakini hakuna mtu anapewa hiyo kazi. Hiyo we must mpaka saa ngapi bro? Oh, you know Ruto is like this mpaka saa ngapi? Until what time are we going to keep talking about how Ruto is or how the country is? Until what time are we going to keep repeating? Bro, you listen to one space, you listen to all of them. There's nothing new anybody is saying. There's nothing new. You listen to one space, you listen to all of them. Hizi spaces zimekuwa diluted sahi. We are talking nonsense in the spaces. Na hakuna mtu, we have refused to take responsibility and put some action behind all these words that we have. Sound like a bunch of losers. Hata mademo anakama hapo anatuuliza, hey, so what next? Wacha tuongeongee kidogo. Kidogo. But yeah, let's just keep talking a little bit. Because right now we don't trust each other. We don't trust each other to even come together. So let's just keep talking a little bit. Mademu anasema mtaongea tu. Ongeeni basi. Mtanipata MOH. Iko nimeenda maandamano. What a bunch of losers we are. I see Andrew is coming running. Andrew, I want to hear what you have to say. Who else is here? Before Andrew gets here, Ombogo.
Habari ya jioni.
Fiti, what's happening?
Uko poa? So mimi niko na suggestion. Tumejaribu take one whereby maybe tumewatag because I'm sure hamkuwafikia private. Wamekataa kushow up. Well and good. Juu issue ingine nayo ni moja. Mtu akijitolea sahihi aseme kwamba yeye atasimama plat fulani, mwingine asema atasimama party nyingine. Like huyu asema atakuwa leader, huyu asema atakuwa secretary. They are the same people watarudi wapige, alafu ifanye ikwe demonized. So part one tumewatag, tumewaambia wakam to waweze kutupatia way forward, pengine waja show up. Part B naweza suggest kama naweza kuwafikia privately, sijui kama ni through a call or a text, hiyo inaweza kuwa the last option. Then when they don't show up, we can pick up and proceed. At least kuna ile grace period umewapea, umewambia kujeni tuongee hiki tuiplan hivi, then wamekataa. Hata kama watakuja waidemonize baadaye juu lazima na suggest private conversation before tuwalete pamoja because they have issues. Kuna mtu mwingine kwa against mwingine kwa against mwingine, but wewe ukiwafikia uambie this is the way forward, let us forget about our issues, let us forge forward. I think itakuwa better, so you can try that as a last option when a duke. Think wewe unafikiria tu.
All right. Okay. Okay. Let's marinate on that for a second. Let's marinate. As we marinate, Andrew, go ahead. Andrew Mutua. By the way, Andrew Mutua, if you guys on Sunday, Andrew runs a wonderful jazz show in the evenings. What time do you start?
6 p.m. Kenyan time. Thanks for that shout out. Yes, 6 to 8, 6 to 9.
A beautiful. Oh, bro, just go listen to that show. 6 to 9, he runs a nice jazz show. Very little talk. He talks about the music. He keeps his focused. Wonderful show. Keep pushing, my guy. I like that show of yours a lot. Meanwhile, go ahead and give us your contribution.
Thanks, Kibe. You know, you've heard of that term as a quote. If you're not on the table, you're on the menu. And I think it's very counterintuitive that we've just become people who call each other, sellouts, amelipwa, those kind of terms. I mean, many of those guys who've been paid are guys that add value. If you think of Osama Otero, he had the following that prompted these guys to reach out to him because they know if he puts up a space, it will attract the numbers. And the guys that are just calling him out, they can't hold a space of his magnitude. So my take is this: I think the idea now should be how do we go become part of that multi-sectoral discussion that is happening from Monday next week, so that then we can begin to voice our ideas. I know many people are just saying no to dialogue, no to this. Um, uh, you know, there will not be a major change happening, but I think the idea is to take advantage of this moment to see what positive progress we can make. How can we move forward as a country? How can we begin to now put our ideas forward? So, my take would be that the discussion should be how do we participate in that multi-sectoral forum as opposed to being just spectators and just shooting everything. Or rather, speaking bad about other people and all that kind of stuff. So that's my take, and that's sort of the contribution I would give towards this. So it would be we need to participate, as you say. This is a game, and those that are thriving in it are those that are in the system. So how do we get into the system? We need to figure out how we become players of that game, as opposed to just spectators on the sidelines, just commentating and trying to be holier than thou, saying that this guy is a sellout, that guy has been paid, while contributing nothing substantively to the growth and development of our country. So yeah, that would be my take. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Andrew. I'd not thought about getting involved with that, with the Raila suggestion. But now that you mentioned it,
Hi, Kibe.
no, don't do that. Just mute until you get a chance to speak. So far, it's not your chance yet. That was Andrew Mutua with a suggestion there. All right, what do you think? No jumper. And no jumper. If you don't talk this time around, I will never ever. I have accepted you, I think, 6 times today, and you're not talking. Every time I accept you, I think you're just here to chase cloud. So let me just give you a better. I can block you so that you never see this shit again. Puny ass. Yeah, this guy has been requesting to speak, and every time I give him a chance to speak, he does it. People do that just so that they can be seen. That's some puny shit. All right, let's move on. Athanask.
Thank you, Kibe. Thank you. I have a different suggestion based on the way our country is, and I'll say that at least if we could have a formal way of expressing our needs rather than just talking about the ills of our government, talking about maybe the corruption, talking about we could say everything about these corrupt and immoral leaders. If there could be a way that we could express our ideas formally, that could be a better and a good idea. So tujipange before tupange. Thank you.
All right, that is Athanask. Appreciate that. If I'm keeping you on here, is because I need you for voting. Great Ngugi, go ahead.
Hello guys, hope mnanisikia.
Poa, endelea.
Okay, so first for me in this topic of truth and reconciliation and dialogue in general, first is to thank the Gen Z. We know we have done a lot for us to come here, but with this dialogue, for me is this leadership and the lack of leadership and the lack of leadership in the Gen Z movement. I think it's our biggest strength and our biggest weakness, because although we cannot be threatened now, they don't know how to deal with us, they don't know how to separate us, but also in our side we don't know how to unite in terms of policy, in terms of what we want, and tushaanza kukatika tu in pieces. And I think that will be a very very big problem, because without leadership kupata momentum itakuwa ngumu. This akina Osama as our momentum itaisha, and these people they'll still be there. Then lastly, in terms of the talks, the dialogue, for me I think the real dialogue should be, who are these leaders of tomorrow? Because I see people saying, Ruto out, cabinet out, but who are these people for tomorrow? Because trust me, we are good in theory, Mkio Mtata, sijui nani, popularist people, but we know in the ground that's not how it works. People, most rural voters, they follow, they just follow things. How Kenyan's politics is. So for me, yes, I think the dialogue should be, who we should now be discussing, so that we can prepare them 5 years to come, or this 2027, 4 years to come, or is it 2 years or 3 years? Because if we don't, trust me, atarudia tu, and people will vote him, atarudi. So yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you, great, Ngugi, appreciate that. Yaroslav, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, so thanks, Kibe. On the topic of truth and reconciliation, and to the large extent, the whole issue around dialogue, I think from the beginning, that for the generation that occasioned this movement, that has been an non-starter, that has been an issue. But at the same time, Akina Ruto had their own parallel thing stemming from last year, the last year protests, the whole NADCO affair. So how I wish, that Raila Odinga, when addressing himself, could have stuck to just addressing issues of NADCO and not gotten into these murky waters of what we have. Now, that said, and he has received the backlash that he deserves, and all that has happened. There is this need for there is this call by a majority section of us to get rid of the cabinet. It's not necessarily that Ruto must go home. We are not anarchists. We are here to tell the government to work for us. So we clearly know, and everyone knows, that in that government we have a lot of incompetent people. So as a sign of goodwill, why doesn't it just show those people home? Do we need a dialogue for that to happen? So the two things should not be misplaced. The demands of the Gen Zs don't require dialogue. Whatever Akina Raila talked about with Ruto last year, if that is the implementation of whatever they're saying, that's their own a whole other story, and the two issues shouldn't be mixed. But as it stands right now, calling for dialogue is futile, because these are not things that you're going to give or take. These are people who are at the wall and they're telling you back off. So it's you to back off. It's not for them to give again. So that's something they need to understand. Thanks, Kibe.
All right, thank you, Yaroslav. Nasikia nimechoka na kuongea, nimechoka na kuongea, yani ile I do get the value of talking, yes. I get the value of people having conversations, yes. But beyond that, if you don't do anything about it, then that becomes fatigue. Because now sasa tumekuwa kama mama wazee, kazi yetu ni kukaa chini tu kupiga story. Ali.
Yo, Kibe.
Mm.
Good evening, brother.
Good evening, my man. What's up?
I'm good, I'm good. You ask us when did we have a chance like this and we are not making good of use of it. Kibe, we had a big chance like this during our time when the ODM wanted to kick Moy out. The whole country backed up because we had strong leaders. We had people who had been there, who were fighting for our rights. We had Kina Kibaki, Kina Raila, Kina Kalonzo, the same people who are still in the power. And we did great. We actually removed Moi out of power. But the good thing is that there was an organization whereby when Raila stood up and said, Kibaki Tosha, we had somebody who could guide us to get what we wanted, and we actually achieved to remove the guy in power. Come back 2024 when you have Gen Zs who have a very strong movement, they have a strong idea, they have all the abilities of doing everything right. But the only problem is that hawana mwelekeo. So when you're asking them what action are they going to take, if they don't have a system, they don't have anything that will back them up, how are they going to make a move? Do they know what is the next move? Like tomorrow, we are seeing they're going to march to State House with no formula, with Eric Omondi, somebody who doesn't know anything about politics. It's just somebody who's going to push them. We're going to see our young boys getting hurt, being tear gassed, with no solution at the end of the day. Yeah, they can maybe make 1, 2, 3 moves, maybe getting even closer to the status. But what is next? That is my question. What is next? Without a formula, without a guideline, and then we can see the millenniums are taking up the fight. Kina Miguna, we can see that a number of guys who they are previous politicians who have something to gain out of it. They're actually taking control of it, and if they don't watch at the Gen Z, there will be nowhere to be seen. We'll just follow the same system we had with Kina Kibaki, where they even had a fall of themselves. Because power is, people are power hungry, and everybody wants to gain something. That is our biggest issue. We are not united for the betterness of our country. We are most of the guys who want to take leadership, they want to better their lives. And that's why I said, if we don't change the system, if the system remains the same, we're just creating another beast who are going to sit on these seats, Kibe. That has always been my wish. The system first has to be changed for us to make concrete decisions, for us to make concrete, actually, difference in this society. That's my take.
All right, thank you, Ali, man. Yeah, the system has to change. It has to. Otherwise, all this will be for nothing. All this will be for nothing. We'll just be talking. And now, Kwanzaa will look like fools. Because ile kuchekelewa tutachekelewa saa hii after this. You guys thought you could change things, eh? Yeah, you thought you could do it. Man. Anyway, it is what it is, man. All right, Logic Flow, are you there? Logic Flow.
Yes, Kiba, I'm there. Just give me a minute. I just need a minute that I can speak. A minute, guys.
So. Linux, are you there?
Yeah, Kibe, how are you?
I'm easy, bro. Talk to me.
Jana, you say that the rats are back or something. Was it Jana or the other day? I haven't been on social media the whole day. I'm just capping up, and what I'm seeing is making my heart a bit skip beats. You see, they are calling in ranks, and the president has put up a new defense line, and his strategy is very strong. And if you're not seeing it, tables are turning. If you can see through social media, SG Sifuna has come out very strong and say
Uh, Raila has 7.5 million people who he leads, or with their families. And these are the people he's presenting. He's not presenting Gen Z. Gen Zs are leaderless, partyless. So he's not representing Gen Z. So if Gen Zs are thinking that he's going there to represent them, they are lying for themselves. Anyway, as we move on to the next chapter, I think it's about time we breathe. Unajua saa zingine ukicheza mpira and unasikia ni kama the opponent amekukimbiza sana, you stop, take a breather, look at the pitch, and you make your strategy. I think it's about time people be strong or courageous enough to show their head. Their head meaning we better regroup and have a sense of representation. Because this leaderless and partyless is not being used against the youth or the people of Kenya. And I think this movement should now change, should not be a Gen Z movement, should be the Kenyan movement, whereby the Kenyan people coming together and saying no to certain things, or saying no to the system. Because as you said, the system has changed. But now we should be taking a step back to strategize, or just we need to take the next step of representation per se. Because if you're not going to do that, the way political ranks are coming in and saying, okay, you are partyless, leaderless, we don't represent you as you are representing our people. Mark, you know that those people they are representing, some of them are the Kenyan people who are crying. But since you are partyless and leaderless, there's vacuum, and the vacuum is being taken over. And it's about time now the influencers of the movement, or probably the people who have influence in the movement, to come and take space and say, okay, this is the next point. Because if we don't do that, I think we are losing it. We are losing it because today, as you can see, the political class is out there and chest thumping because they feel like they have a plan B. And if they did not have a plan B, Calvary has arrived. Contingent mpya imekuja. Unajua hakukuwa na backup plan, hakukuwa na mlango, ama kama if we can use the analogy ya parliament, wamepewa basement ya kutorokea na kuanza kuchestamp tena. The owners of the countries have arrived. So it's about time the Kenyan people, or rather the movement itself, they need to show their hand, and it has to be strategically. And as much as people are afraid to show some sense of representation, it's about time we are represented by someone. It's about time. Let me say it's about time, because the way you keep on saying we need a seat at the table, and we can't be given a seat if we are not showing up to the party. So if you don't show up to the party, someone else will take your plate, and they will eat the food that you're supposed to eat, and drink the drinks you're supposed to drink, and they'll tell you stories. By the way, tulifika huko tukakunywa mawiski na tukakula mabiriani, na wewe utameza tu mate. Because at this point, mimi Kibe venye naona, I don't know if you're saying it, and I get your point when you're saying that you are tired. Talking sometimes becomes unakaa kimadhi, you're just whining like excuse my French, but you're just whining like a bitch. I mean, wewe ni you're whining. At this point I feel like the movement is whining, and we should stop whining and get some sense of representation. Because if we don't, hiyo vacuum, hata kwa kibuyu ya maji, ukikunywa maji hewa inaingia ndani. Now the vacuum is being filled, and I hope everyone is seeing. So I bet it's about time we make the next move. Yes, Kibe.
Yep. Wonderful submission, Leroy. Linux. Appreciate that. Yeah, hata kibuyu ya maji ukikunywa hewa inaingia. Hakuna place ati kuna vacuum. Vacuum is in your head. And so hii vacuum mnajifanya ati iko, haiko. It is being filled up by somebody else. And that somebody else could have ulterior motives. They could have their own personal scores. They could have their own thing that they're doing. Wewe umejiingiza hapo kwa motive ya mtu mwingine. We must vet the people who are going to stand and say, I am representing. We must vet these people. It cannot be just waiting for things to happen. No, you must vet these people and then give them the power to represent you. How else do you think this thing works? When Raila stood yesterday and he said what he said, you saw what happened. Immediately, his foot soldiers swung into action. They didn't even need to be told. You even saw a letter from ODM saying, hey, we expect everybody to take the party position. The party position is that we are not going for mandamano in the streets. We're not doing what the Gen Z are saying. We've already signed our own deal. Where is our deal, my guy? Party position, kila mtu anachukua party position. Sifuna, the one who you guys were about to make you a leader the other day, he told you, no, my position is with Raila Amolo Odinga. Where are us? Where is our position? Where do we stand in all this? Because sisi hatuna msimamo. Hakuna mtu anatuuliza opinion yetu. Unacheki saa hii IBC, the commissioners who are, the people who've been given a mandate to pick the commissioners. There is no representation of anyone else there. They chose themselves. Sisi tuko wapi? If you can have 9 commissioners, you can have 11. Why not? Saroli, what do you think about this? Am I just bitching?
Yeah, good evening, Mr. Kibe. So
Go ahead.
Okay, mine is we've seen how things have gone, and I'm a Gen Z actually, and I would like to request that as I'm seeing we are so many here, all of us here. I know some of us might not be the Gen Zs, we might be the millennials, but the main goal that right now we should not even make this thing be a Gen Z thing. Like we now want to make it look like it's only the youth that are into this. Even our parents currently are fed up with everything, and you've seen what the opposition leaders he claim. Raila, he started that they are now going to become in a dialogue, and just as Mr. Andrew Kibe has said that. There is nothing that has been involved in the youth there, even in the making of the IBC. And another thing I also wish to tell you guys is, I've just seen some tweet some few minutes ago that Mr. Ruto is trying to claim that most of the guys who are involved in this revolution are guys who are not even in the country currently. They are guys who are outside the country. So mine, I would just like to request that as we are here, I know most of us in this is currently with Andrew Kibe, we are on the ground. We are in Kenya currently. Let's make this not look like it's for those who are in the abroad. Just to mention a name, I think they are trying to feel like Akina Kimuzi, being that they are not in the country, but they always push this forward. They feel like it's those who are not in the country that are pushing this. And another thing again, I would like to emphasize that even if one of us is a sellout, like what happened with Osama the other day, where we claimed that he was a sellout, you know that the attention was diverted to him, and if you can check, I think it's between that time that the government got the chance to at least intervene and come up with some monkey games. So I would just like to request, even if one of us we've already analyzed and we know that this person is a sellout, let us not focus on them. Everyone does not have to go to the promised land. Even in the Bible, you saw. I will not talk much about the Bible because we are not all Christians here. So let's not focus on those who have been sellouts. Let us focus on the main purpose. Yeah, you've just seen the way a very young youthful guy Denzel was murdered the other day. Denzel can be you the next day. Denzel can be me the next day, and God forbid. But if Denzel maybe could have not died, I know most of our attention could have not been driven into him that much. So we should just not focus on other minor issues. Let us focus on the main issues. Even people like Akina KASAMWEL, I've seen is here, Makori. Guys mentioned them as sellouts. Andrew Kibe, guys were on your neck some few days back here. But if we can be just that, the energy that we put on hating those who are against, or those who have been to bed with the government, if we can use that same energy to be against the government, then I know we are going to be somewhere else. We are going to be at a better place. Right now, Raila is going to have the dialogue, and I know Raila has been in the dialogue with the people from the government. Tangu nizaliwe, I've been reading history, I've seen some in person. He has been going to bed with the government. In Uhuru's government, he had an handshake. Right now, in Ruto's government, he really needs another handshake. And just as Kibe has said that, you've seen those who are his disciples, Akina Sifuna, which I regret. We were going to make a very big mistake. We wanted to even start campaigning for him to be the president. But you've just seen his response, what he has done. So we should be bright. Let's keep on fighting, even if you are a small wing. Personally, I'm a small wing. I don't have that much of followers, but I always try to repost. Even if I'll post, I don't get more interaction, but I always repost, like, and everything. As long as it will make account, eh? So hata nyinyi small wings wenye tuko hapa, maybe unajiona uko huko chini saizi, uwe unajitafuta hapa, uwezi jiona. Just ensure that everything you do, if someone like the big wings like Andrew Kibe, Psychosins, Duke, Kina George, they have posted something, and you feel like it's something that is going to be with which is going to make us have a move, just repost, like, share with everyone. Let us also educate those who are back at home. Amaluo, today there was a talk in Ramogi, and there's this politician. He was there trying to convince people that Raila is for the good people, is for the good. And after the conversation, you could hear most of our parents. I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened with our parents. They were even now supporting, and they're like, yes, this is okay, this is okay. But in real sense, it's something that is wrong. Raila has been in bed with the government since I was born. So let's keep on working hard. Let's keep on pushing forward. Thank you, Mr. Kibe, for the chance.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Saroli. Yeah, a lot. Just internalize all that. Now, there's someone that I invited. His name is KASAMWEL. I invited him. I think I even tagged him. He's one of the few, not one of the few. He's the only one who has come through. So let's give him a chance and let's hear what he has to say. KASAMWEL, what's up?
What's up, Kibe? How are you?
I'm easy. Good to finally talk to you, man. You've been doing the most out here.
Finally, and thank you for this. I think I'd like to start by one, thank you for organizing this, but also thanking the Kenyans who are on this space, because I think there's a pertinent theme that is recurring, and I'll start with you, Kibe. And this is not an attack to your person because I cannot speak to that, but I can speak to the online persona that we have. There is a lot of work that you've done around men and that kind of conversation. And the reason why this space is almost not as big as people would have expected it to be is because at some point there has been a conflict of ideas of how society is viewed. So people are not just skipping this space at it because nothing good can come out of it. They're skipping this space because of what they think Kibe represents. And it's a thing which I also have realized is that when I was thinking about it critically, is part of the backlash that I received. Um, in When people look at me from the outside, I represent a thing which they hate or whatever. It's a conundrum of sorts. And for us, because the reason why I also like I was very keen on joining this and so is there is for us to achieve the outcome that we all need to achieve, we will need to synergize. But the synergy does not just suddenly come. There's a lot of healing to be done because there are ladies who will skip this space because they believe that, for example, that Kibe is a misogynist and that nothing good can come out of his mouth, or they'll skip this space or cancel me because what were you doing in Kibe's space? But then you realize that the goal right here is bigger than the individual. We cannot have ad hominem attacks, which is individual the attack to an individual's character. But for us to bridge this gap successfully, there is work that will have to be done because we risk we risk forming cults around certain individuals because you realize the reason why, for example, and sorry to even bring this up, the reason why people will look at Osama and say that he's a sellout and a traitor is we saw him as a brand and he said he gave direction and injection in the movement and said let's not do this and that da, 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 and he organized spaces, and at the time that he could do it he pulled numbers. So we looked at it, and without saying as much as we claim that we're leaderless, we delegated media to the bigwigs of Twitter, and that is it's a problematic thing because we cannot. On the one hand, we claim leaderlessness, but on the other hand, we decide how to feel based on how certain people feel. Because there's a space I joined, and he gave a very flimsy apology to me, like, oh, why are you bashing this person? And he was asking us not to.
Caswell,
Yes, Kibe.
I would want us to focus on you.
Yes, I'm coming. I'm coming back.
No.
Or ask a question if you have.
Yeah. I don't know what happened. That can you guys can discuss that later. But I want to focus on you
Right,
because you're somebody who has stepped up to the plate.
right.
And I don't want us to be ambiguous about this. You want this leadership. What do you see for yourself?
Absolutely. So for me, what this looks like, at this point, I have not yet crystallized the idea of what it is because one, I'm still very young. The thing I have to offer this movement, and it's a thing that I have done unapologetically, is my voice, my eloquence, and my looks. What it feels like I represent is a person who wants to come and fill this thing in. But I have not yet gotten to the point where I can say, hey, listen, I'm vying for this, or I want this kind of position in government. Because I'm not doing badly wherever I am. And this is the thing, even here on X, I'm still like a fairly new user. I've not been very consistent on this platform. I've not gotten to the point where it has crystallized and said, this is what I want to vie for. I'm not at the point where I'm claiming leadership yet, you know. So what I have said, and I've said it time without number,
Well,
if we
why
all
not?
had that
Why not, Kasma? Why not?
one
When do
to
you
be,
think this opportunity is going to arise for you to, just claim leadership?
or and that's why I'm like, again, as I was saying that, I was just like, bullshit, because I'm doing that thing for, uh, I'm doing the thing
You're being
with
the reluctant
opportunity,
hero, right?
that false humility thing that people for, oh, hapana kama watu wakisema nitafanya. And I think it's hurtful, and I said this at some point in Sandwich, where I was like, I think it's also hurtful that if you've shown that you have a talent, you need to now sit and say, even if people hate me for this, I'm going to ask for this. So at that point, the thing which makes it miss is I have not had the good graces of the public to now say, and I know this is kind of warped, to say that I want to ask for this specifically, because I think I should have done is I should have just said, hey, listen, now, the moment I figured out that when people started saying you have potential for this, I would have just said specifically, I want to be maybe governor for Nairobi or senator for Nairobi. So then, even if people are hating, they're hating knowing that this guy is saying you cannot be senator, you cannot be senator, or you can't be senator. Let's organize around that. But I haven't done that. So it's one of those things where I also do not have the insight for it because I was not necessarily looking into politics as keenly. And that's where now the wisdom of the older generation comes and they say that, hey, we saw a person who had this kind of potential. This is the kind of stuff that they could have done. And so at this point, it came, especially after I started receiving hate online. I was just like, oh yeah, no, no, no. What I'll do, I'll just give the eloquence and then I'll go away and fade back. So I honestly have not thought about it. I know in 2022, at some point, I was like, oh, I want to run for like a big, obnoxious post in Nairobi, like either senator or governor, those kinds of things. But I've never uttered it out aloud, because I'm like, oh, what if they refuse? And again, as you've seen, we have such a crabs in a barrel mentality that makes it hard for you to communicate your dreams. That's the reason I would say I have not been. But specifically when we were doing this kind of thing in this particular movement, I was just like, we are just going to keep the government on toes until things are done right. I was not doing it with any political motivations whatsoever.
All right. Just hold up 1 second. Do you have anything you want to tell customer?
Yes, I have a question I want to tell Kasmuel. First, Kasmuel, thanks for coming through. I also watched you on one of the morning shows on K25, I think 2 days or 3 days ago, and I had
Is someone speaking? I can't hear them.
yes, I have a question. I have one question. Now, I believe that the best leaders come out through such revolutions. It's during such times that we get the best leaders who then come out to implement. Like President Zelensky of Ukraine.
Is anyone speaking?
Hold up, Duke KASAMWEL. So let me ask a question to Kalita. Kalita, who can you hear between KASAMWEL and Duke?
I can hear both of them.
Okay. So KASAMWEL and Duke, you guys can't hear each other, but I think Duke can hear you, KASAMWEL. So KASAMWEL, I think you drop off and come back.
I can't. Yes, let me drop off and come back.
Yeah, drop off and come back. Chap. Duke, go ahead.
Kasmuel can hear me because the question is actually his. Now, it's believed that in such times is when we get the best of leaders. I mean, revolutions like this will give us the best of leaders. And Kasmuel, I don't know why Kasmuel is so undecided between taking over leadership, yet he has been in the forefront. So he should answer why he's so undecided. But again, you should understand the kind of people he's dealing with. People are very hungry outside there. I don't know what gonna say Ragani. They just feel like eating everybody up. The way we always put it here in our spaces here, Andrew Kibe have said clearly, we have a population. Look, we are different from the political class. Political class is gracious to each other. The political class, the players there are gracious to each other. Somebody wins, extends a hand to the loser, and then also they move forward. They work together. But
no, Duke.
Yes.
The time when you want to know that these people are the same is when they're having weddings. Hey, have you seen them at the weddings of their children? They come together like you've never seen it before, my guy.
Even when Ruto was the deputy president and he had a wedding in Karen, the entire political class was there, and you could see the way they are really into each other. They help one another. So the problem with our population, we want to eat our own very fast. We want to swallow them. We thrive in hating so much, like even people have started hating on KASAMWEL. By the way, KASAMWEL watu walimtroll sana for a very long time. Up online, you will find we have a population that wants to eat their own. So I wonder, when are we going to settle and build our own and just give them our vision and then have them implement the vision? Because at the end of the day, we must have leaders. We must. There's nothing we'll do without leaders. And as I've said before, in times like this is when great leaders emerge. So still, I wanted KASAMWEL to explain to me why he feels like he's not yet, he's still undecided, yet he sees the vacuum and it's clear that the vacuum is there. That doesn't mean that he fears. That doesn't mean that he fears the population or the movement. You know, our movement has a lot of haters, by the way. So KASAMWEL should be just very open and tell us, does he fear this kind of people?
Interesting, Duke. I think first of all, thank you for that. But my thing was not coming from fear. My thing was coming from no. If I'm just gonna be honest, I think yes, it's fear. It's fear because me saying that I can do well with or without politics is me leaning into the comfortable. I think it was just me falling back into comfortability because when I came into the movement, I did not have an agenda. I came alone and I've been doing these things. I've been marching, I've been very vocal about human rights and those kinds of things. It's just that this is the one that got me into the limelight. And a lot of the hate that was coming, uh, I was just like, hey, why am I catching all this hate? And it's also, it's also come with a pattern. So when I sit down and I do like if I zoom out and look at it from an aerial view, I realize that, oh yeah, consistently I've always been alienated because people will say, oh, I'm all over the place and those kinds of things. But when I say when we say we're occupying, I'm like, this agenda must be had in all media houses. And I'm like, if you guys are not doing it, I'm gonna do it regardless of what people say, because eventually the right people are gonna be listening. It's just also the fact that uh, again, I decided not to affiliate myself to any political party after being a student leader in campus, because that was the thing. After being a student leader, you usually hop onto a party and then you're given positions as like youth influencers and whatnot. I just didn't think that was my spiel. So when I got out with that mind, I was like, I will not get into any of these parties because I'm not found a party that does not have a rot. So when I said, now let me try and do this thing independently and consistently now with this Occupy movement, uh, anything that looks like excellence, anything that looks like someone is thriving, and especially I'll speak for myself. My analysis of the situation is people think that najaribu kutoka kwa block na story, and I'm like, Z, I would do it either way. So it's fear, but it's not fear of the people. It's just, it feels like fear of what I could do or be, which is a thing which now I'm currently reorganizing and saying that the name has already been soiled. If it's being trolled online, I have already been trolled. Uh, Now I might as well now live up to the full potential, but I also just cannot do it blindly, because if we do not, if we do not step up and clearly state whatever this thing is, the advantage will still people the wrong people are still going to take advantage of it, as we've seen the political class does.
Now, I'm asking this to you, and today and everyone who is here. I watched the 7 p.m. bulletin, and I had the energy that the president had today was so much like ni jamaa mwenye amejibuild tena kurudi. Now he has the guts. He was speaking now straight to the people, and he was sounding so political. I discovered one. Raila Odinga, the myth, sanitized this man yesterday. By Raila Odinga and the other political establishment appearing around him, he now feels confident. I saw that today. This guy feels confident. I was thinking loudly, like, don't you think that if we create an environment, because it is to jipange before to pangwe. Now, if we can create an environment where we also give you the confidence, don't you think that will count? Because it seems we have people who are so able to lead us, but then we are not instilling the confidence in them. They lack the confidence. So at least you will realize Gen Zs are the solution and Gen Zs are also the problem. We are the solution in that we have come out strongly, our points are very valid. We are also the problem because we have not cultivated an environment that will favor growth amongst those who have the potential to rise up. You see, the political class really went, and William Ruto realized without inviting the entire political class, I'm out. So he went to KICC, invited the entire class, they gave him the confidence, and today he was out there just speaking like he has the guts. I discovered that they sanitized one another, they gave one another the confidence, and now a guy can speak. Don't you think if we start like we give you that because we are looking for that solution, we are here for the solution. It's time we end the talk. So we want to give an environment where we will develop those people will go out there and really push our agenda, our vision. Also, I discovered we still have a lot of confusion when it comes to our problems. I said that today in our daytime space that we have problems. We have Gen Z doctors, they have specific problems. Gen Z farmers, they have their problems. Gen Z diaspora, they have their problems. We want that order. We want to instill the confidence in leaders, get the order, and then we support. But then guys are not coming out clearly to take up their positions.
I think, Duke, personally, I have done nothing but, and I agree with you what you said. However, uh, I've I've done my best. I cannot say that I have not put my best foot forward. I've showed people, hey, listen, I can work a crowd, and that's a thing which also I don't know why people had a problem. Maybe it's the way I said it, but anybody who's been on the ground with me, anybody who's been at Maandamano, knows that if, and I'm not even boasting, but I can really work a crowd. Two, I have shown that I really can. I can talk into a microphone, and it's not just self-aggrandizement. It's saying whatever the movement needs said. When we I would think that we should prop, and this is the thing I've been consistently saying, prop our strongest voices, tuseme tunasukuma hivi na tunasukuma hivi, because the political class has looked at it and have seen, we can let them fight each other, because now all the big accounts that fought me in the first week, they were just they brought me down, and two, all of them turned out to be sellouts. Nobody is doing anything to say, hey, listen, can we build this person up? And I'm saying this as a person who's gotten consistently this past week, apart from interviews, the calls I've gotten from political parties where people are just saying, we just want to meet, we feel like we could mentor you. I have had a call from every political party. I have had a call from very high officers in the land. And in my head, I'm just like, no, my integrity is more important. I've consistently said, and that saying I live by is, one, I'm not desperate, but two, once if I touch a politician's money this early, I'm going to be forever beholden. So in my head, every once in a while nakangaishi nasema na kwa nini basi nisichukue hiyo opportunity yenye hawa wase wananipatia? Why shouldn't I think of it that way? But it's almost as if the people do not care, and that works for the political class, because if we drag it long enough and you people hate me long enough, I'm a problem that does not need to be added to the political class's payroll, because now they don't need to silence me anymore. So the people have solved it. So consistently, I've tried to say, and I do this in person because I realize doing it online is not as effective. um, Even with the debacle recently, people have capitalized on the fact that it almost gives people a sense of joy and pride that I was booed in Uhuru Park, but nobody talks about how when we were doing the crowd work hapo ndani, the way I also received quite a bit of love. So it's very bittersweet where people feel like we cannot support. And again, even when we come from this space, while we might decide, okay, fine, we will support you, it will be another reason for being cancelled, where people are going to say that, Hapana, they've sat down and they've planned, they're going to prop this person. But I'm like, at this point, if yapping is my strength, and we need a person who's going to yap the agenda, which I have done, I've shown time without number. Because anyone who's attacking is not attacking me from a point of ideas. I'm not saying that, hey, listen, you're saying these things that are going to harm the movement. It's just that, no, you're rising too fast. Don't do it. So it becomes hard, because remember, the votes. If I were to run, I still have to ask the people for the votes, and so right now I would not be very. Sorry, go ahead, Kibe.
You not be you not be very. I want you to finish that sentence before I jump.
Let me finish. I would not be very quick to ask for it right now when it feels like the ground is hostile. So I have to do that groundwork and talk to people and try to, show them this is who I am, those kinds of things. And I could be wrong. So go for it, sir.
I'm actually very impressed with your attitude, because I have seen your struggle and I've seen how you fought your way into this movement and how you fought your way. Even at Uhuru Park, the guts it takes for someone like you to stand in front of people and try and tell them something and they boo you and you're still here. You know, I mean, come on, that's amazing. It's amazing because you have this never dying spirit, which is what we need at this juncture. So, yeah, Kasma, just hold on. I wanted to say hi to somebody else. I'll come back. I'll come back to you. But, Duke, just hold on 1 second. I see we have another person that I invited here. And I said, please do come over. So this is the second of the invitees, Juliani himself. How are you doing, Juliani?
Buda, hiza kuna kelele, mtoto yako nyuma hapa anapiga kelele na wife. So hiza nikisikia mavitu unnecessary hapa.
Uko sawa, you're good, man.
So the reason I tell you, man, which is kuongea is because I took KASAMWEL. KASAMWEL, I think you don't need permission, bro. Nobody needs permission. The beautiful thing about the movement until now was the individual responsibility, each and every person. And my favorite person of all in the whole world is Boniface Mwangi because I know how he moves. I know how he puts his money behind his stock. He doesn't wait for people. He calls people. He asks for friends to join him if they agree. If they don't agree, pay Kosawa. So you don't need permission, I think. And personally, that's my conviction as far as making things happen in this country. For the last 10 years, that's how we've been moving. But I want to say something that Kibe, if you allow me, though Kibe pia mimi kuna beef na yeye, but hiyo ni siku nyingine sasa kupangia. But na wewe kama msema na beef na yeye, but when we had a community center in Dandora, when we were setting it up, one of the most important things that came up every time was trust. The reason why people fight, so the reason why people fought or fight you back is because they don't trust. First, you need to show your consistency, and being there consistently trying to do something is what builds trust over time. So it's not that you are trying to hate or people don't want this. It's just they need to trust that you're different as you say you are. So that's the only thing I wanted to say to KASAMWEL. Na nashukuru sana kwa hii space. This is the first time naongea kwa space. I haven't done it, but keep listening. If you want my input, niko hapa.
Asante sana Juliani.
Yeah, thank you, Juliani. Juliani, I know we have things that we'll fight about that once this is done. Salimia
Okay,
wife
sawa
na
bro.
toi sana. Salimia wife na toi bana. I got nothing but I got nothing but love for you guys, man. So and for now, Giuliani, what you are doing and what you're doing with Boniface Mwangi, because I know Boniface Mwangi has also been getting a lot of heat, and he's very misunderstood, a very misunderstood fellow, and he still has the energy of a 20-year-old, and it's somebody that I have consistent through the years watched his movement. So even when I invited him here, I was like, "Hey, Boniface, please come." I know last time during the space where we had Guido and George, that space did not go the way we wanted. But we are grown-ups, we are men, we can put that behind us and chart the way forward. So I see value in having as many people in this movement as possible. So yeah, Juliani, don't go anywhere. Just sit here. I think people will want to talk to you. Let's go to Kalicha. Kalicha, go ahead. And Kasman as well. Don't go anywhere.
Yes, Kibe.
Sorry, no, I'm not going anywhere. I just wanted to chime in and ask on that issue, kwa sababu it feels as if the voices the voices online, it's very easy for people to form narratives around a character. One, the recovery, because I've seen sort of the good graces, the people who've started saying, "Oh yeah, no, there's why are we hating on this guy again?" Da, 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 those kinds of things. But just winning, I feel like part of what the older people should is based on because I don't believe that we are going through specific unique experiences. We may be orchestrating this uniquely, but they're not entirely unique. I'm not the first person to be hated online. Neither am I going to be the last. There are people who've seen, I know there's politicians who've had like bad reps, and this is how they fixed it. Part of what people need to be telling us, because some of the older voices have also joined in bashing the younger people, and I'm like, we are just starting. We're just getting here. Instead of bashing us, you need to say, oh yeah, I'm not saying that you mollycoddle us. We're just saying, yes, you might say it firmly, but say this is where you could be getting it wrong. Do it right, instead of just saying, oh, do away with this whole entire person. I think
So,
part
so,
of
so
what I would expect.
let me tell you, Kasmal, one thing you should expect. Because you're still a young guy, okay? So, number one, expect people to hate you for no reason. Number two, expect people to hate you because you're doing good. Okay? Someone like Juliani, yeah. How much heat do you think he received during that time when there was that issue with him? How much heat do you think he receives on a daily basis just by being Juliani? He has not done anything to anyone, but he's going to receive that heat. So the heat is coming. The heat has to come, but you have to also understand that you're dealing with a very obstinate people. Okay. These are not these are not civilized human beings who you can reason with them. No, you have to completely dominate them. So don't go into this game if you're weak, because this game is going to kill you. You have to dominate them completely. You have to show them that you're the strongest for them to give you that power. So when you come here, don't come here as a weakling. Come here as a man who's, hey, listen, I am here and I'm taking my position. I'm not begging for it. I deserve it. Bro, you'll see how people will turn on you. Immediately they'll become your biggest supporter. So don't fear too much about what's happening now, and don't worry, because what's happening is a shaking right now. So the people who are going to say KASAMWEL Tosha are now coming up. Those are the protectors. Okay.
Right.
The protectors are needed. So this group needs protectors. That's why I'm very insistent that we come together as quickly as possible so that we can protect the people who are going to go to the front line.
Right.
Yeah. Otherwise, if we keep allowing these people to be destroyed, then eventually we'll have nobody to fight for us. So we must have the protectors coming in and protecting the people who have given of themselves into this leadership. The same way now you saw when Raila said what he said, his protectors surrounded him, and there's nothing you can do to Raila right now.
Right.
Yeah, so that's where we are right now. Because if we decide to move, how do we move when we've not agreed on anything? How do we move? Where are we moving to? Which direction are we going? How do we move when we've not agreed on anything? That's why, Juliani, thank you very much for coming, even as much as we've said things. And KASAMWEL, even for you, as much as you've received this hate online for just being KASAMWEL. You guys, the guts it takes for you guys to come through, that's crazy. So yeah, so let's keep having this discussion. Let's see how far it goes in the next couple of minutes. Duke, what do you want to say to our guests?
A minute, please. Hey, Kibe, I have something. Last one. KASAMWEL.
Yeah.
You will discover again, there's something again people have not realized. The heat online, there's a lot of heat also on the ground. Like personally, I'm in Kericho. I come from Kericho. The heat is too much. Look, I am a teacher. So I had to move out of the staff room, and the school I teach is in let's say a village. So guys here come, and Kericho is known as the president's stronghold. So I broke the routine, went out in both instances, was in the front line for the demos in Kericho, took photos, really spread the message online, and the guys, even from the village, saw me, and they were like, "This is a foolish move." But then, what Andrew Kibe is saying starts from you. First, the fear should be gone. I'll be heading to the village this Friday, where I'll have to go still and inject, even if the whole crowd is hating. At least the message has to move. You have to just play hardcore, like the example of Boniface Mwangi and Juliani and the others that you have been that have been given as the example. So there are people who play so hard, so much that the hate doesn't have to overpower you and you now feel weak. At least people should emerge and let us knock it hard. The hate online is still the same as the hate on the ground. In fact, the one on the ground is more because one, it might involve your family members. Some of us are operating in a very unfamiliar territories. Now, people think you are against their man, and still you have to move on. You have to move the message, move the message. All elected leaders are for this man, so you have to still keep moving. Yeah.
Asante, Asante. Actually, a bit of a backstory. When I went into Uhuru Park, that is a time when I was just like everyone wanted to kill me. Everyone was sending me the most annoying messages, texts. People are calling my number, and so I went to Uhuru Park and said, maybe this is just online. I want to go and see if that's it on the ground. If these people want to do away with me, let them do away with me instantly. And as per my understanding, I found part again, as you guys have rightly said, I found people who love me, and I found people who I don't want to say people who hate me because hate is I don't know. I cannot speak for them. Booing is just booing. I mean, we have bad campaign days, we have bad debate days. That's how I looked at it. I didn't look at it at now I'm defeated. I know there's people like a tough crowd is a tough crowd. Unaenda kuongea nini mbele ya watu time yenye watu wanaitisha ngoma and Calligraph Jones has just performed. So it's one of those things for me. I took it as a thing for learning, and that's why it didn't stop me. I took interviews still. It didn't stop me from doing whatever it is because I'm not doing this in terms of cloud chasing. I've been a small content creator and like I've been growing consistently. But now in this political space, that's the thing I'm learning, which even as Kibe has said and a lot of you people have said, this thing is you step up to the plate. If you can't stand the heat, you get out of the kitchen. So I intend to just keep on going. It's just that now we need even more pointers saying that this is what we need to do. We now discuss how to solidify these ideas, behave like this. Those are some of the pointers, and that's what my intention was to ask anyone who would be on this space. If you have pointers on this is what young men do when they get into leadership early, maybe hii kitu inawaingia kwa kichwa, wanaanza kudinya madem ama wanaanza like those kinds of things. It's one of those things where if I leave this space, I want to know that because there are several hundred people here, over 1,000 people who are listening, who have the potential to be leaders over here, and I know that's going to be important information for them as well. But going forward, ndio isikue ati
Hey,
out of this room
Kasmuel,
only
Kasmuel, Kasmuel enyewe wewe ni politician. Yaani unapewa dakika moja unachukua kumi.
bana
Eh,
nipe pole pole
tuliza wewe bado uko hapa bana. We're not kicking you away. So don't finish all your stories in one sitting. James Morioki, jump on this.
Kibe.
I'll come to you, Kalita. I promise you I'm coming to you after James. But if you're ready, no, it's okay. James, go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to ask Samuel, is it imposter syndrome that you might be suffering from? And then also, Kibe, have you seen Ombachi has done a response? And this is exactly what I was talking about. Like, we need to work our differences aside and unite to a common agenda. Can you see the response? Also, I had sent an invite to.
Put it up on the jumbotron. We see.
Let me just pull it up right now. And then also I've seen Miriam is around. She's been asking a lot of the correct questions, especially in terms of people are advocating, but what exactly are we advocating and in what way? I can see she's also joined, so you can like add her or something.
Mariam, you've been summoned. Honor the summons, Mariam. Don't make us come to your house. All right. Kalita, go ahead. Give us your thoughts.
Sema niaje Kibe?
Kibe, bring
No,
James.
not Leroy. Kalita. Kalita.
Yes, niaje Kibe? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Karita has spoken.
No,
Oh, Kalita, you've spoken.
I haven't spoken. I started speaking and then immediately I was cut short and then I was muted.
Okay, go ahead.
In fact,
Give me your submission.
karibu niseme ile viral video. Wacha niongee. Anyway, so basically, I'm very gutted, and I'm not gutted by the fact that there's a certain kind of like cohort, a political class of certain individuals who feel entitled have come and to speak and to speak especially on our behalf, on the behalf of the
Is
movement.
anyone speaking? I'm gonna make a
That what? Can you hear me?
Yeah, Kasmal, we can only hear him. Just drop off and come back again.
Yeah. So basically, and I'm gutted. I'm not gutted by the political class. I'm not gutted by Raila. And I don't call him Baba because I don't feel like he deserves that particular title to me. The reason I'm saying this is because of the fact that it's not the first time that Raila has kicked sand on our faces. And the reason I'm much more disappointed by the masses is because of the fact that people actually think or actually still believe there's a perception that Raila has the best interest of people at heart, which is actually the contrary. The reason I'm saying this is because I never actually I was in a kind of like a dilemma of like who do you think you would support uh, for presidency in the 2022 elections, but just the things that actually the events that happened after the handshake, Raila basically like was muted. Like he kept quiet for the 4 or 5 years before the 2022 elections. And I know very well why, because of the fact that Raila was given two baths in KPA, and Joho was given a bath. But in fact, I know Joho's bath because bath 7 was basically uh, uh, like there was basically it was literally just trademarked or something like that, if that's the right word I can put. And it was written portside on all the operations taking place in Bat 7 were basically for Joho and his family, and there were two bats for Raila, which I don't know. The reason I'm saying this is that because Raila's interest always is his own comes first. You see very well that, you know what, the other day he had an opportunity to actually put someone for as a representative of Yala, and the best person he saw to put as a representative of Yala was his own daughter, when there are very many people out there who are potentially more capable of holding that particular position. So I'm saying this, immediately after Raila spoke yesterday, Sifuna came up saying that, you know what, we guys have a leader, and just because you guys don't have a leader doesn't mean that we should not have a leader. We have someone who's actually directing us. And now they think, you know what, after the fact that they thought that there was no reason for dialogue, that, there was no reason to actually listen, that everything is straightforward, and what we want is actions. Today they think, you know what, actually it might be a bit kind of like prudence to have some dialogue. And this is the kind of psychophancy that has actually bewitched our political class. There's no one in the political class at the moment who is not a sycophant to someone. It's either you're a sycophant to the ruling regime, or you're a sycophant to your leader in the opposition. And today Gladys Wanga is basically watering down this particular movement by telling the people in Nyanza, basically referring to them as their sons or the people of the lake, to not actually go to the streets because this is not their fight. You get my point? So I like to tell people, you know what? Don't be slaves to popular opinions. Don't actually be very much blinded by this particular psychopathy that has actually bewildered all of the Kenyan political system, and actually trickled down even to the masses. Now you find some people say, you know what, because Raila Odinga has spoken, now you think, no, it doesn't happen like that. It doesn't happen like that. What we need to understand is that this is a movement by the people, from the people, and for the people. And the people are the ones who decide what should be done and what should go forward. We're not listening to Raila Odinga. We're not listening to Sifuna or anyone. So what I think is right is that, you know what, the reason we say that at first that there's the movement is leaderless, tribeless, and all sorts of manners is because of the fact that if we had a singular person that we can actually point to as a leader of the movement, there are two things. This person can either be compromised if this person is so much steadfast and strong and doesn't have that particular leeway to be compromised, then the other thing which would come is intimidation tactics. This person will be intimidated and they might end up actually giving in just because of the intimidations. But I proposed something, and I proposed this in several, in actually like previous spaces, and I'm still going to say this even in subsequent spaces, that, you know what we need is a council, because we can't say that, you know what, until when are we going to be leaderless? We can't say we're going to be going to the streets every time, because what? Look at what has happened in the last like 2, 3 protests, the infiltration by the goons, destruction of property and lives and all that. And before I even go to that particular point of having a council and a particular like platform or maybe organ that can be able to actually like dictate or actually be kind of like an oversight for us, is that you should not forget. Let's not forget that there are 41 or more people who 1 month ago were alive. And most of these people are either Gen Ys or Gen Zs. So it's either they're millennials or they're Gen Zs, and they had a lot of life ahead of them. They were thinking about a lot of things that, you know what, they might achieve in life, but their lives were cut short. The fact that these people's lives were cut short should be the main motive that should drive us to actually not relent. And you know what? I'm going to tell the people, do not listen to these politicians who now tell you that, you know what, don't go to the streets, sit down, have a dialogue. Have a dialogue with who? Who are we having a dialogue with? You get my point? So I'm going to tell you the words of Bob Marley, that, you know what, emancipate yourselves from mental slavery. None but us can free our minds. And then if you're gonna allow me, I'm gonna read a short kind of like snippet of a poem. And even before I read this, it's very short. There's a snippet which someone put up on their status on their post. I think yesterday I came across it on X. And this person is saying, remember very well that when you go and you're hunting for jackals or wolves, and you have a dog of your own, and you're going with the dog to hunt those, remember that these are all cousins, and they might end up ganging up and actually like feed on you. So remember very well that all these people in the political class are cousins. This is the kind of game that they've been playing on us years on end. So do not actually be blinded by the fact that, you know what, they're cousins and their motive is the same. So the poem goes, it's actually something I just pulled up on the internet. It says, there's a revolution going on, and the wise men say it's darkest before the dawn. There's a revolution going on, and the wise men say it's darkest before the dawn. Have no fear, my brothers. Have no fear, my sisters. The battle is already won. Just look within yourselves and see the rising sun. The rising sun, yes, the rising sun. For I say there's a revolution going on. The wise men say it's always darkest before the dawn. So, viva, and you guys do not relent. Thank you very much, Kibe.
All right. Thank you, Kalija. Appreciate that. Let's go very quickly because I want us to give our guests some more time to speak. Logic Flow. What do you want? What do you want to say, Logic Flow?
Hi, Kibe. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I just want to say very few things. One, you raised a very important question. You asked tujipange before tupangwe. Number two, truth and reconciliation. Now, hii kujipanga kabla tupangwe, what exactly you diagonized the problem that where are these leaders and Why are we not moving? We have become a talking shop. Every space now is like a clinic, like a mental clinic. You go and just hear speeches and all that. But I just want to comment and say that these spaces are the ones which brought this revolution. What we have failed to do is to convert them into actionable places. This is like a parliament. But like this space now, in my view, for us to move forward, like all these spaces, you are saying close the ranks, do all that and all that. Of course, we will not agree, all of us. That is not possible. But do we have anyone? I know the spaces are recorded. Do we have anyone recording any form of solution, views, and opinions which are expressed here, which can be distilled into a particular document? Or anything that can be presented, said, okay, yeah, Kibe held a space yesterday, and this is the summary of what the speakers said or what the people said. Something that can be presented. And that is the challenge that the political class that we are trying to reform is throwing at us. You guys are just talking. What are you telling us? How can we talk to you? But you see, if we organize in such a way that in this space, Kibe, when you organize it, you say like, hey, you, KASMWEL, you'll be recording for me what solutions guys are saying. What can we do? Then at least a document is then generated the following day or thereafter, which can be posted and says, this is what the people in this space want. So that at least there is a leader. I know this space, Kibe, can become a leader in providing way forward. That is one of them. Number two, we lost the focus when we started looking for leaders who can lead us and lead us to I don't know where. Remember, this revolution was about finance, okay? Was about finance, was about governance. Now, where did we start from? We started from reject the finance bill. That was successful. We then had about the reject finance was about avoiding overtaxation. I know one or two things about the law, so just allow me keep it 2 minutes. We started with reject finance bill, which was aiming to tax us to collect money, but we had the appropriation act, which was signed into law, and this is what is saying how to spend the money that is being collected. We saw the president saying, I'm going to remove this, I'm going to remove that, I'm going to remove all those kind of things. We have forgotten that we must be eternally vigilant to ensure that in that appropriation act, our money is being spent. That is where our money is being spent. So my suggestion is, let's not lose focus. This was a finance revolution. We need the government to be fiscally responsible, and after the finance bill, it is the Appropriation Act. We have to go to it and tell it, guys, this line, and this line. For example, we can't have the president having 5 lines of expenditure all about furniture. What is that? Those are the kind of things we need to look at. And now we said, who can lead us in this position? Because we don't have a leader, we don't have anything. Now, Kibe, you and your group of bigwig, so to speak, in this space, being organized, you can look for people who are professionals who can tell you, so who do we approach? Among all these organizations that we have, which organizations can provide leadership or can direct us in terms of what is going on? For example, we have the Institute of Economic Affairs of Kenya. These guys have always said the government has a problem of expenditure. It is not about collecting money in the finance bill. It is about expenses. So we look at these guys, ask them, what can we do with this expenditure in the government? These guys will direct us and tell us, this is where there's a problem, this is where there's a problem. We have the Law Society of Kenya. We have Katiba Institute. We saw these organizations coming up and supporting the Gen Z during their revolution. Why? Because they have been given the wings by the people who are exercising Article 1 of the Constitution. So all these spaces can collect the views. Then we had a number two thing. We said, if I were you guys, I would say occupy parliament, because parliament is the weakest link that we have, and it is the representative of people. because all the laws that are affecting Kenyans, all the expenditure that is affecting Kenyans, it was passed by parliament. We said we had recall of MPs. Now we had lawyers in the spaces, they told us, look, the recalling of MPs requires IEBC to be in place to verify signatures and all that and all that. Now we have an IEBC law. We need to have the lawyers on these spaces. So for me, on Mondays we can have finance Mondays, we can have law Tuesdays, we can have parliament Thursdays, and all like those kind of hashtags which can lead us. So recalling of MPs, we need to understand now. We did a threat of recalling MPs. Now the MPs are out in the street laughing. Can we really recall them? We need to find out. And therefore, my thinking is that we need to be eternally vigilant. So we said we need to delete all the useless offices. Are we now sure that we can actually do that? So to be we have to put our eyes on the prize. Other things that are disturbing Kenyans is like CDF. We said we don't need CDF with MPs. MPs are supposed to be legislators, not administrators. So we need to keep, our eyes on the prize. Finally, remember, guys, the system is wrong. When we guys are saying who wants to be a leader, through which system? We are just going to elect people into this system, and we know this system either attracts crooks or very brilliant guys, but who can tolerate crooked behaviors. That's why if you have professors of law, you have very big, very prominent people. But when they get into the system, they actually get, corrupted into the system. For example, we had the prominent Professor Kibwana, Makueni County. Last time when Uhuru was in government, I heard them saying they are putting, internet in all the villages in Kenya. The balloon thing with I don't know what kind of company. Where did that go? And that's why this revolution remains in Nairobi. I know one of the speakers said we need to spread this to the ground. We need to get this going. But if we do not put our MPs, if we do not make parliament work, then I'm telling you, we will not succeed in our system. So I'll stop there. In case of any clarification or any, you need to have a follow-up question, then we can have that. But for me, keep away from the politicians. Don't look at them. Eye on the prize. Finance discipline in Kenya is what is killing everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Logic Flow. Appreciate that. Maski, are you there?
Yes, I'm here, Kibe. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead. And let's try and keep it short. I see guys are getting carried away here, giving us long. Yeah.
Yes.
Go ahead.
All right. So I just want to jump in from the note of particularly leadership. It's tough. It's very tough, honestly. And what I would want to request you, Kibe, is you just remain steadfast. I know a lot of people will come for your neck, yes. A few minutes ago, I saw some of them try to bring up a space, but then people told them, no, wait, we don't want to listen to that for now. So we just need to come together across professions and across ages. The Gen Zs, the millennials, people in medicine, people in engineering, all through, because everyone has an issue that is affecting them differently. And they're the best people who can address their issues or raise their issues to the concerned authorities. One of the things that made me see that the so-called 50 people they were looking for wouldn't work is because there are so many problems out there across the professions, across the ages, and therefore saying that only 50 people can raise those issues, I don't think it was. And actually, the time frame even within the next, 6 days, that is not feasible for me. Leadership is a tough call. It involves a lot emotionally, physically, and financially. So for those who are trying to ask KASAMWEL to jump in, definitely I understand that he has to plan himself on all those aspects. And therefore, mine to KASAMWEL is we are here to support you. And if possible, after this space, we can reach out to Kibe so that we plan on something that is actually tangible, so that we don't meet here, raise our concerns every other day without coming up with solutions. And I also want to take it upon myself. From the next space, I'll be taking note of everything that will be raised, and I'll be actually sending the reports to whoever I think maybe the host in this case, so that we work from a point of knowledge and also tukuwe na some tangible progress. Si tunakutana hapa tunaongea like inakani kama we are gaslighting each other. So the approach that we used to schedule this was amazing. And the people who were invited, I believe today was a Wednesday. Most of them they were maybe kwa shughuli zingine. So I would request Kibe, if possible, can we redo it again, maybe probably over the weekend, so that we can now see actually are these people, are they afraid? What is the problem? That is my submission for today.
Thank you, Maski. Appreciate that. You know, after 2020, after the pandemic, we realized that all of us are online. We are all online all the time. Hakuna usidanganywe na mtu ati kuna mtu hayuko online saa hii, ati kuna kitu anafanya. No, we are all online all the time. We became addicts of the internet. We are online all the time. So mtu hataki kuja ni aseme tu hataki kuja. Hakuna ati usidanganyike. We are online all the time, every second of the day. Hey, siku hizi hata ukisikia WhatsApp yako inaenda collapse unataka kujua. All right, with that being said, Muihaki, are you here? Then I'll come to you, Brian Osoro. Muihaki. So we have KASAMWEL and we have Juliani here. So if you guys have any questions for them, these are some of the people that I see have presented themselves, you know, to be counted. So let's engage them if we can. Muihaki, what's on your mind?
Hey, you can hear me?
Perfect, go ahead.
What I want to say, I also want to talk about the leadership thing. Right now, talking about leaders is very tricky because, as someone has said, the system is so bad from the judiciary to the police to everyone. So the bigger point is, how do we clear the mess first so that we can create the systems that good leaders can come in and lead us? Because now telling people, oh, I want to buy for this, I think it's too early because the bigger problem is how fast do we clean up the mess, these corrupt people, the systems that are not working? Because for me, I'm very bad about the police. I can see, we can both see whatever has been going on. We have the criminals everywhere. The murderers are walking scot-free. We are trying to voice ourselves. Nobody is listening. So first of all is, how do we clean these systems so that when we can come up with our own leaders, it will be fair for everyone. There'll be opportunity for everyone. Everything will be running so well. That's all I can say. Thank you.
I would want Juliani to answer that question. Juliani.
Yeah.
Jibu hiyo swali, man.
Mi opinion yangu kwanza ni the only thing that was missing throughout history yote tangu tuanze history ya Kenya na constitution ya 2021 active citizen, and that's what's happening right now for the last 1 month. That's the only ingredient we're gonna miss kwa hii recipe. So the system is not the problem because we have a really good constitution. We have bodies za government zile zimekuwa zikiwork na zikiactivatiwa kwa zina work. The only part that was missing ni wasona tumia bodi DM wakiwa na noma, but this time they don't just send him DM ama ukikana bodi in a day, and pia mimi sometimes in a week 3 times a day lazima uko kwa police station somewhere you're trying to get somebody released. Ama sijui uko random wapi una nini. So the truth is the only ingredient that was missing before was an informed and active and organized citizenry. That's the only thing that was missing. So we should be I feel like we're in an amazing, beautiful space as a country that finally the puzzle, the pieces of the puzzle is complete. We went through the whole idea of multipartism, ikaingiana, tukatoa. We went through the economic conversation na Kibaki. We went through the whole new constitution. The only part that was missing was the social part where citizens are activated. That's what I would like to say about that. Another thing I'd like to mention is I think we are getting ahead of ourselves, son, because we've been doing this for 4 weeks now. Let me just give it that timeline. And the truth is, let's be patient with ourselves. Let's do as many spaces like this as we can. Let's go in the street. Tutoe hiyo kitu kwanza kwa system first. Nika ukiget milioni tatu the first time, unataka tu kubuy gari mpya. Itoe kwa system kwanza, and then ndio sasa now tukue sober. So let's be patient with ourselves kidogo throughout this place. I know we are talking about power vacuum, nini, and we're forcing KASAMWEL and SDWAP. No, let's be patient with ourselves because we have to understand, we assume we know the landscape that we're dealing with, but we don't know. These are new, whatever, for us, all of us. We can say, oh, I've been in this space, I've been using music, somebody else might say I've been using whatever, but we have never been here before. So let's be patient with ourselves. And maybe the last example I'd like to give, if you allow me, my favorite series of all time in The Wire, like my favorite. And if you watched it, this msichana anaitwa Omar. Na Omar alikuwa like the most anaitwaje, like feared guy, bully, alikuwa bully na kwa feared na gangsters na kila mtu. So just a mention of his name wasawa wanatoroka tu. And then something happened that he got shot and stuff like that. And then there was a kid, a small kid yani tu. Siku moja akamwona akaona Omar amelimba akipita. Sasa akisikia Omar anakaa alafu akahepa. But what the kid was like, huyu ni Omar? Yani ndio wasimsee wasa anashtuka hapo akimwona. Jamaa katoi tu kadogo na threatening. Ako tu ni katoto, alienda akafuata tu Omar poa kidim, akamshoot kwa alikuwa na bike kitu. Random tu akamshoot. So sometimes we think we want to okay, serious story kind, I hope it makes sense, but we think sometimes we have to plan and prep for change. Sometimes there's the most smallest thing that sparks change. The only thing we need to do, Sari, is be aware of what's happening and take it in, and not be in a hurry to try to do stuff that even us itatupata off guard. That's all hiyo ningependa kusema kwa sasa.
Enyewe.
I can add something.
Wait, Mwehaki. Hey, you don't want us to bask in the glory of that submission. Mwehaki. Who would have thought Juliani can spit like that? God
Yeah.
damn. What do you, okay, go ahead, Mwehaki.
I wanted to say on my end, what we are trying to do is like with the people around here. I'm from Nanyuki. What we've been trying to do is the civic education, as they're saying, to create awareness of what is going on, the problem is we've been having, and also trying to, our parents, to let them know about the constitution, because I don't know if they never read the constitution or what, but for me, what we are trying to do for now is the civic education to people, enlighten them. This is the problem, and we have solutions on our hands. So it's up to all of us. So I don't know. That's what we are trying, like enlightening people, creating awareness, and letting them know this is a problem we have here, and the solution is with us. Thanks.
Thank you, Mwehaki. Brian Osoro, are you there?
Yeah, hello everyone. My submission is going to be a bit different and maybe not in line with what I saw Juliani contributing. Okay, but also at the same time informed with history, because I think we can take advantage of the benefit of hindsight. So what I'd say first is I, I, I think for this movement to make any sense, if we just need to be disciplined, and I feel like discipline is not so much at the group level, but also at a personal level, in understanding what is happening here and what you're doing, because I think recent occasions have shown how, which is quite unfortunate, like the attention span the Gen Zs have. Not talking about all of them, but a section of them whereby focus is lost. Like for instance, if Kibe does something today, now everybody goes to whatever it is that he has done and forgets what the point was. And okay, I don't know how that is going to be done, but I'd say it's among the things that even the political class understands. So that's why they keep on throwing. It's like how you can throw a bone to a dog and change its direction. So I feel like that is something that if we don't take care of it, it's going to make us change course. The other thing I would say is that I feel like we need to pick a common enemy. Like there are examples of how picking a common enemy and why it worked. For it's an unfortunate example, but I'm going to give it. Hitler picked a common enemy. Mussolini picked a common enemy. Even Ruto himself picked a common enemy. So okay, for Ruto's case, his enemy was the establishment, where it was almost like a class war, where the haves and the have-nots, and then he was able to sell that. And sometimes you will see the genius of it, where if you have a common enemy, there are things that in your packaging and in your presentation, you actually start getting the attention that you need, and people sort of get the branding that you have. I think you all remember what Donald Trump and his line of "Make America Great Again" and build a wall, Mexico. There's a time they gave they were interviewing people, and somehow they got to some toddler. I think he was 5 or 6 years old, and this toddler was asked, "Who do you think is going to be the president?" The kid said Trump. And then the journalist asked, "Okay, how do you know Trump?" He's like, he's the guy who's going to build a wall and Mexico is going to pay for it. Okay, the reason why I'm giving that example is the importance of, branding, picking a common enemy and selling that thing. So I feel like whatever's been happening on the streets can still proceed, but I feel like there's that element of this messaging that is being carried. The other thing I would say is yes, of course, we need people like Kibe, people like Juliani, people people who are artistic in conveying some of these messages. In a sense, there are things which are complicated for the common person. Like for example, very few people understand that governments don't have money, and in fact, it was a lie that. I think Rigathi and Ruto, when they got into power, and they made everybody believe that somehow Uhuru Kenyatta alichukua pesa yote from the exchequer and he went away. That was actually not true, because what happens is that there is a budget, we raise money, hiyo pesa inatumika yote. So for instance, like what this finance bill is doing, we're raising money, projections, what we collect, the deficit, like pesa inakuwa raised, alafu yote inatumika. That's how budgets run. But you could see why that was easy for people to believe. So I feel like things like explaining to people that governments don't have money, the money that they have is your money, so that they understand when somebody, just like that tells them, "I'm going to build you houses," they should know that mwenye analipa hiyo bill ni sisi. It's not him. So that they should not be electing leaders who are very colorful and they can talk that pretty talk. In other countries, you put out manifestos, which is, everybody claps for you, but now they tell you what is the cost of your manifesto. In fact, if you look at like in America, they discuss about the tax plans. So now they'll pick out, what the Democrats have, what the Republicans have. Like the discussion is at that level. So you see the level of civic education whereby the electorate understands that we need somebody to run this country, but somebody who's not very expensive. So I think there's that. And then also I would lastly, now that I can see everybody is talking about leadership, these people don't have leaders, that kind of thing. I don't particularly think that is a problem, because I think we're all leaders in our different spaces. In fact, there's a point that nimekosea kidogo, but maybe this is the last one. There's a proposal I had, and I still have, and it's, I think maybe let me even put it out here. If these IBC people come in, waanze people are registering, I feel like we need to create a way of, for example, if you go and register, say you're registering wapi Lang'ata somewhere at some polling station. Once you do that, I feel like we need a way of collecting that information. So you'd say Andrew Kibe, Lang'ata Primary School, and these are my details. So now we have a way of capturing that information to some database or somewhere, and then we keep on following these people. We make it a movement such that there are concerts to encourage people to go and register. Some businesses should even start giving discounts if you have a voter's card and you're Gen Z or whatever. So that if you have that critical mass, I can tell you, these people, the conversation is going to change, because I feel like what we have right now is, we have the phones, we have the energy, we can go to the streets, but that might not be enough when it comes to 2027. Thank you, everyone.
All right. Thank you, Brian Osoro. Kamau Olemuniu. The whole idea, the whole, we are operating from a point of fear where we are afraid of each other. We are afraid of telling each other the truth. We are afraid of standing up. So now, you're going to find we're going to do many of these. We're going to have many of these kind of caucuses. So many discussing nothing. Nothing, bro. Come on, go ahead. What do you want to say?
Hey, Kibe. Am I audible? Niko audible?
Uko sawa, endelea.
So naona leo topic ni truth and reconciliation. So hapa ni tuambiane ukweli. And like the speaker before me, I have just a few points, some few submissions. I won't take a lot of time. Very brief, no question. Probably I want to provoke your minds. Like the speaker before me, he said we don't have politicians, we don't have leaders, and we have politicians in our country. And I dare to agree with him. The difference between a politician and a leader is because a politician only cares about the next election, or a leader actually care about a generation to come. To provoke your mind, my first submission, there is this leader we had some years back, known as Kibaki. Probably sima Gen Z hatukumjua vizuri, you are young. And but from history, Kibaki carried the Kenyan people with him in his heart. And he introduced very many great endeavors because there was a perfect sympathy between the people and him. In the current crop of politicians, wenye tuko na wao,
they don't have sympathy for the masses. They are Democrats. So kama wameshiba ndio. I guess that's my first submission. Then my second submission.
Hold up. On your first submission, you're already wrong. You see how you guys have nostalgia whenever you mention the name Kibaki.
Mm-hmm.
Kibaki was fought the same way every other president is fought. The same way.
Mm-hmm.
It was Kibaki must go, Kibaki this, Kibaki that. So this nostalgia is only in the history books.
But truth because leo umesema tuongee ukweli, tuongee tu ukweli Kibe. We've had people kutoka hadi na huko Marsabit na huko Northern Kenya wakisema the first time they saw maendeleo was in Kibaki's time. And honestly alikuwa amereduce a lot of loopholes za hawa watu kuiba. Let's be fair, hata kama alikuwa anapigwa, let's be fair.
No. What I'm trying to get you away from. I'm trying to get you away from a history that you cannot be able to completely, authenticate. You cannot be sure that history that you're talking about is real. And I want you to focus on the future, because right now we have the present. Yeah. So don't forget about all that happened in the past, because all those are just stories. Let's focus on what we have in our hands. What do we have in our hands right now?
Exactly, Kibe. That was my first submission on the past. Now, my second submission was on the present. The current crop of politicians that we have, these politicians are worse than donkeys or pigs. They've been piling deficit upon deficit and mortgaging our future and the future of our children for temporary conveniences of the present. And I dare say, the government in the crisis that we are in, per se not a crisis, but in the situation that we are in currently, the government of the day is not the solution of our problems as young people. The government of the day is the problem. And we have a we have to make
no. This is not that show today. I said I don't want to hear complaining. Today I just wanted solutions, and if you don't have a solution, we don't even have to talk. Because now you're taking us back now to just becoming whiners. We had started very well, man. We were going very well. What happened? Why did we lose our way?
Kibe Buana, I've told you I have three submission: the past, the present, and the future. Go on board. So now the choice we have right now is freedom over servitude, democracy or dictatorship. And we choose freedom moving forward in democracy. So the fight must move on. That is my humble submission.
You got me there at the end. Can you repeat that? Freedom over servitude?
Freedom over servitude, democracy over dictatorship, and our choice is so clear. And that's why you have to move forward. You have to choose freedom, and you have to choose democracy. That's all.
Nice. Hey! That's one of the reasons why I opened this space. For such kind of, no. All right, Kasma, what do you want to say? Thank you, Kamal. Appreciate it.
Asante. I think part of what is also ailing us is that thing which we've said for lack of focus. And I'm not saying this that we cannot multitask. I'm not saying that once we decide that we're just doing a thing, because human beings are multifaceted, but there's a new form of dictatorship that we are yielding to without being very careful, which is we will claim that we want freedom of speech, but only if you're saying certain things. You're only allowed to speak if you're speaking this way. You're only allowed to speak if you say these kinds of things this particular kind of way. And it's one of the things which we might need to sort out early, to know that if we're working on these freedoms are all encompassing. And part of what I've seen people say that and again, Dr. Mukisa Kitui said this in the last interview we did, that we don't necessarily need a leader, we need a leading idea, which is already what we have. And some people are saying that the government might bribe people, it might kill people, it might confuse the movement if we identify people, but they're doing that already. They're already killing people, they're already bribing people, they're already doing this. And the government has immense amounts of money. It has immense weapons. It can hire the best brains. So I think as we go forward, I think it's just maintaining that clarity of mind, knowing that now we the people, as stated in the constitution, we are now on our own. Whether or not we decide to unite, if we decide to unite, it's another headache for them. But if we choose to keep on balkanizing each other, saying, no, I will not attend this because this is whoever I think it is, as long as we are not injecting this message anywhere, because people make it look like now that finance bill happened, already the movement is that we are consistently, we've been saying we don't want corrupt officials. We want proper governance, because whatever we are losing in corruption can sort out half of our problems, can put children to school, can sort out the hunger problem we have in the country. We have already identified that common enemy. If we decide our rallying call is corruption, uh, all these other things which we are trying to do, because some people are still trying to establish themselves, saying, no, I won't attend this space so that people see my space. Whatever it is, hilo chafu yenye tuko nayo kama Wakenya, yenye sitaki kuona huyu, nataka mimi nifanye ndio huyu aone. As long as we are pulling towards the same direction, we need to be careful with that, one, but also two, holding space for the people we have divergent views with. There are women out here who are very, very bright, but we might not rope them into the conversation because of one reason or the other. There are other men who are also very insight, could give us a lot of insight, but we will not rope each other, because as Kenyans we've formed this belief that people cannot change and we cannot band together for the movement. As long as we still remain balkanized, it won't take us far. So I feel that's my rallying call. You don't have to agree with me, but if someone is clearly communicating the need, inject. Let us take that message forward. Do not be afraid to do that.
Naweza sema kitu hapo Buda kidogo.
Yeah, go ahead.
Samuel, I think and I realize this every when all this hii kitu iko naanza ama katikati, when vitu ziko zinaendelea, hiyo ni echo yangu ama ni okay? So everybody's you're walking but you're looking on your side, nyuma, you're not focusing mbele. For me, when I saw you kwa street una lead wase to songs, una lead to wase to a certain direction, that automatically inspired me. You were not focusing on who else will do it. You are the one who came out and did it. So I think hii notion ya mimi niko kwa hii space, mimi niko wewe, mbona unifuati, mbona tunapigana, I don't think that's the issue because that's how human beings act. Human beings wanna behave a certain way, and over time vitu na take shape tu venye nafaa. So I will suggest that, and when you KASAMWEL uko kwa TV unapiga ma interview, I was like wow, alafu una articulate vitu na kizungu poa, and you're really clear about what you're saying, that on itself is inspiring. Hauko nagojea permission, hauko nagojea msana kulike, mtu akulike. So, and I think that's what made this movement happen. From Tuesday, the first Tuesday when we were in the streets, and I was in the Central, nikaingia Kamkunji, ukona a different crop of young people just in the street. Unauliza mbona nilifanya msichana mdogo hivi akwe hapa na amekuwa jela sahi. There was just something individually somebody felt that they wanted to do, ama they wanted to be part of. So I think history ya kuangalia nani anafanya nani afanyi, even in business or even in building products or even building solutions, that's not how things work. You focus on the audience and try to focus, make sure that uko kwa goal. If people join you in the process, sawa. If not, sawa. But mkipatana hapo mbele nyi watu mna fight on the same thing, sawa. So we shouldn't be hard on people who are seeing things otherwise. So another thing I like to me, based on the speakers were before, is like, again, this has been, when the first maandamano happened, it started a power struggle. You don't expect a government to sit back and not fight back. They will kill. Unfortunately, that's what they did. They killed 41 people, and they were not sorry about it. They arrested people. Whatever they did, it was a power struggle. They know that their power is being taken, and the people know that actually they're taking back their power. So you don't expect them to sit back and do and behave and stuff like that. So, and they will continue doing that because literally threaten, unachukua chakula kwa mdomo yao, and they've been comfortable for the last 20 years or whatever. When Uhuru was here and when Kibaki was here, they've been comfortable. Nobody has ever questioned them. Wakienda funeral, nobody has ever questioned them. For once in their lives, wasana kwa questioned. So me, I will never. Yes, in war you have to know your enemy. You have to be aware of what your enemy is capable of and what they're going to do. But also you have to be aware of yourself and why you're fighting. Yes, the enemy is a wounded beast right now, and he has to fight back because he's wounded. He knows he's wounded, and he also knows that he is wounded, and he doesn't want you to see the wound. So this is war. This is a power struggle, not war. This is a power struggle, and they will push as much as they can to try to get back the power, the territory that you have taken. So it's for us to sit back and say, hey, Nihaji, hii territory imechukuliwa, and what is it that worked for us before? When all this started, what is it that worked for us? When they were abducting people and start asking questions, hey, who's your leader? Who's your leader? Who's funding you? They figured out that actually there was no, apart from the goons walitumwa, everybody was on the street for their own accord, own conviction. So that's the strategy that worked. Hapo mbele, when things settle down and we are like, okay, we need leaders, maybe Samuel, wacha nimekuta Samuel, you okay na ninachanganya. Wacha niweke tu silent. So maybe wewe unafaa kuwa on ground ukitry ku also build muscle so that by the time, when the time comes that watu wanataka kutafuta nani anaweza simamia, utakuwa hapo. But for now, me, the only reason I'm happy, so happy, and the country will never be the same again, is that the beast is wounded and they know they can be wounded over and over and again, and they will always now start listening to the people. Hata kama yani watatafuta njia zingine za kutupuuza, but then now they'll be thinking twice even before they steal. They'll be even thinking twice, and have to be way brighter than they were before. So so kindly let's know, and I can go through the whole thing about the power and how power works, but it's a power struggle, and you've taken territory, and this person will not allow you to take territory, and they will not allow you to keep taking territory. But also you have to know that this guy, that you have to take as much territory as possible, because if you uspoacha, he's a man. But we have to be patient throughout. We have to be aware, and we have to have wisdom kidogo when we're doing this, because we are not willing to lose as many people as we've lost so far. Asante.
Hey, Juliani. Kwani uko auditions nini?
Kibe.
Unaona uko auditions?
Audition gani bro? Ni venye mimi sijaongea kwa hii space. Sijaongea kwa hii space until now. So napayuka yangu yote tu. So sana mmenisikia.
Hey bro, I can listen to you all day, bro. And it's not just anything. I'm just like, I. But it's because I talk a lot. So when I find somebody who talks as much as I do, then I get thoroughly impressed. And this is interesting. All right. Yeah. So Juliani, don't go anywhere. Just chill there. Let's see who else we have. Leroy. Leroy, you can see your boy Osama is here. Osama is looking for the safe passage. Osama, you're okay. Just chill. Just chill. You're in good hands. Don't worry. I got you, Osama. Hakuna mtu atakushtua ukiwa hapa. Wewe usiogope.
Hey, I have a lot for you. Hey, karibu.
It's a good evening. Shout out to KASAMWEL and Juliani, plus Osama in the building. Yeah. Kibe, remember in the morning when I told you, when Raila is going to be asked a question, any question, is going to pull that card of, hey, but see, I have 6 million people. These are the ones I'm talking about, not you guys. And we have seen how that has turned out throughout the day. But it's a conversation. But kuna kitu Juliani hapa wamesema ijani bamba au si ati ijani bamba ile. Juliani amesema hapo mbele when tukiona tunahitaji leader. Juliani hapo mbele ni wapi? It's now Juliani. Action lazima ifanywe saa hii. Bro, we have taken, kwani how long does it take us to nut for sure? We have been in emotions.
Una immediately bro, sio kila mtu bro. So usitumie example huwezi toboa.
Example ya?
Chinja ua.
Hiyo ni joke man, ni joke. So sikati.
Sijasikia uliwasema example ya nini. But leaders tunahitaji saa hii Juliani. Tumekuwa kwa streets for long. In that hizi street wase wamekaa for long na sio nikaa tunatoka na kitu.
Buddha hajakuwa street for long bro. We know who's been in the street. We can count how many people have been in the streets. We can count bro. I can count Boni for sure. For the longest time bro. Sisi tumekuwa tukitumia muziki tukakansoliwa for 10 years bro. The only difference bro is that there is a new breed of human beings wako kwa street bro. Now we have never seen this before. So that's na hii ni kila mtu ametake individual responsibility. When wasona wanakuwa na makarao huko kwa street bro, ulikuwa kwa street unaona kijanani ametoa kifua yake hapo ana fight. I've never seen that before. Kwa police station wala wasemi kwa police station tulikuwa na Boni, ilikuwa tu majamaa wa mtaa wako certain way na dread zao wameshika problem wako na kanyungi kwa socks bro, and waseni wa different man, not yet. So we have never been this level. And every time tumekuwa kwa street, okay, pole nimekukatisha bro, but every time tuko kwa street ilikuwa tu una brand wa activists na ni inaitwaje ya civil society. Normally the normal Kenyans wakiwa kwa noma wanakutumia DM wanakwambia hey buda ni aje kitu imehappen, and DM yangu imejaa, and anybody that in quotes ako in a position of leadership sort of ma DM zao zimejaa ma issues tu. But this time inaonekana msee daktari akikutreat vibaya, karawa akikutreat vibaya, unamsimamia hapo na hapo, mnamalizana hapo. These are different consciousness bro. This is a national consciousness that has never been there before. So ukitaka kuongea kuhusu action already may happen, that now a Kenyan feel that they can do something about something. And not only that they feel they can do something about it, they know that they work on a backup. Wakipiga backup also a call. So bro, hiza ni ukatisia, but ilibidi nitoe hiyo maoni tu kidogo.
But Juliani ulicheki jana au wase walitokea walitokea wakiwa wamejipanga wakaonyeshana hivi kwa uso wakawambia you are not in here. Uliona wasi walisign, walikuwa huko wakisign zile documents bro. Hakuna mse
Usiblame,
yote.
you can't blame a pig
I'm not
you can't blame a pig for
Juliani, I'm
tasting
not
like
blaming.
bacon.
Juliani, I'm not blaming
A
anyone.
pig ina taste ka bacon bro. Mimi when aso walipanga line hivyo, it's obvious for them to do that because wako survival mode. So for me, I'm like, in war, actually, I was like, now, actually, if you look at my tweets, Jana, when I saw that lineup hapo, niko like, wow, tumewapata bro, wako kona. Finally, the clouds are gathering venye nani usema. So I didn't see it as a bad thing. I actually saw success. I saw, bro, the clouds opening. Iza, endelea sasa, sita kukata tena. Unless useme ufala, but
No. Zi, ukifeel nikaa kuna mali unataka tu converse, lazima uingilie tuongee. But mi kitu niliona jana ni kuna kitu Kibe amekuwa akiongelea representation. Unachiki kuna keki ilikuwa hapo, yani that was just an example. Kuna keki iko hapa na sisi hatuko, unaona? Ile table ilikuwa na wasee wamekuwa kwa game for 20 years na ni wasee fulani wenye Kibe anitangaa wase waocha. Ile table ilikuwa na wasee waocha, hatuko huko.
mbona uko huko bro? And una table yako ndio wakam, because the problem always tunataka kuingia kwa table za wasee bro, na wameshajiandalia kwanza, wako na menu poa, kila mtu anajua nini to expect. The truth is bro, for once in our country, and I think personally I think you mean a little bit observant about how life happens. Maybe you need many artists. For the first time in our country bro, not only did we come to Kabrekio table to Katan tables, DJ, but we came and started thinking of even creating our own table. Now wanaongea language yetu, wanaangalia conversation yetu, wanaangalia juu, not waangalie chini at us. So you're looking at it differently sana, in my opinion bro. Uko na mentality ya baba, uko na mentality ya government, uko na our individuals bro, that for once in our lives as a country, and the reason I'm talking about being patient in our country bro, we are 50 years old, close to 60 years. In the grand scheme of things, this is adolescent. In the grand scheme of things of the country, of how the world works, some other civilizations, the US, bro, see my adolescent. Hatujai kuwa hapa before in our country, and this is an amazing place, yani, when God yana anatufungulia cloud. So I see it as a positive. And the only part inaniumiza sana ni hasa wamedai. But bro, hii ni blessing big sana. So ukikipu angalia wazae wakisijua wamefikiria nini wamedu nini, I think you're looking at it the wrong way. You should look at us more. We should look at us and profile everybody else, how people have been active. Sahi, as we speak, kuna spaces ka 50 zinaendelea sahi, of people talking different angles of this thing. This has never happened before bro. This is unprecedented in our country. Endelea bro.
Kuna view fulani hapo umenipatia, imenibamba ni build your own table au wase wakam. But mimi nilikuwa naiangalia hivi, kuna wase wako na hii power kuna mahali iko sahi. So kitu nasikia unasema is that we take this power away. Maybe nilikuwa naiona ni we tap into the power, au wase wako na hii power for them to buy our idea.
Hakuna bro, wende uko na power all along. Wende umekuwa na power all along. Umekuwa kitu ulidelegate tu. Ulidelegate your power when you voted an MP. Ulidelegate your power bro when you voted a president. Now you're taking it back. You're saying that I can take it back anytime I want. That's why the constitution nasema we the people bro. So unapatia power mtu hata hakuwa na power in the first place.
But
Huyu jamaa ako na power.
Kuna wase wako in charge, si ndio?
No, you're the one in charge bro. Kuna jamaa alisema hapa, I think alikuwa anatoka Lasha, alisema kwanza hizo taxes ni zetu. Hizo do kwanza ni zetu kwanza. Tukianza hiyo story. That's why we let our finance bill ndio mtoanishwe. Si ndio?
Continue,
Leroy, ndio nisishout sana, nataka tuongee. So hiyo dosi ni yako, so hiyo tax wewe unakata kwa ukibuy bread kufanya nini? Sio ndio unakata kwako, si ndio? Yeah. Aya, si wewe ulienda kwa vote. So wewe uliamua mimi ni Leroy, but and uni represent. The only difference is that every time they made a decision, anafanya public inaitwaje? Public participation, walikuwa naenda wanakaa kwa ofisi zao huko wanadu. For once in the country bro, wana consult. Hata ukicheki poa before even maandamano ili happen, from Kenya Association Manufacturers, KEPSA, publicly walikuwa wanafanya round table na ase wakiwaambia hii kitu si poa. We have never seen that. I've been in those presidential round tables before through KEPSA when I was working with KEPSA. Ilikuwa inafanyika chini ya maji. Now bro, ilikuwa kwa public. So every occurrence that happened before the Tuesday, ilikuwa ni 5th June or something, I don't know the date. Ukicheki poa ukiwa observant about progress of events before wasoenda maandamano, this was unprecedented bro.
Just to add on what Juliani has said, I don't also believe that it is a center of power. Of course, it's an illusion, and of course, it's people who've stolen and amassed more wealth. Let's me use like they've amassed more wealth than we are, and of course, they have means. They can finance meetings easier than we can. They can finance weapons easier than we can. But we've shown that we can finance brains. We can finance. If you think about it, Maze, we've built the biggest hospital in the country without any money through Medics for Kenya. Those guys have rallied 3,000 doctors. We've collected so much blood in the blood banks. We've shown that ikitu kuna vile NHIF, we can show how it works. So we've gotten to the point where even those powers that be, the things that people were calling powers that be, because if you remember how Raila lost this past election, bro, you think that they never talked to Ruto. But think about it, it's gotten to the point where all these people are also doing last kicks of a dying horse. They're just calling meetings, left, right, center. They're trying everything because, as Juliani has said, we've seen this regime as wounded. So I don't think the power it sits with us. That's why wakisikia kuna space wanataka kuinfiltrate, wanaogopa maandamano yoyote, wanatoa letters, communiques, they're showing at you, people are showing at it's goodwill, but it's really not goodwill. It's people who went to town with water bottles, handkerchiefs, and phones and said, enough is enough. Now these people are being in check. So I also don't buy the illusion that this power it's sitting somewhere. It's always been without. They're afraid that we've woken up, and that's the thing which is now getting them helter skelter. They've realized that, oh, how can we balkanize these people? We can no longer tell them, hey, listen, Mkikuyu, Mjaluo. They're even trying to bring that trope. You've seen that in Eldoret, they're trying to say that it's a plan by SG guys from Mount Kenya to try and remove Mtu Wetu. You've seen Gladys Wanga say, Watu Wetu tafadhali msiende kwa street trying to lose. You've seen Farah say whatever it is. You've seen leaders from the mountains say whatever it is that they're trying. But guys have said, we're not buying any of this BS that you guys are trying to sell us. We've just decided that enough is enough. So with the fact that we can see through their gimmicks, that's where the power is. The power is shifted to the people now. And if we fumble this bag, that's when we'll be in trouble. But right now, I'm very confident that we've not fumbled it. The power is still with the people. Otherwise, they would not be rushing to KICC, the political class, every single damn time to try and write things from a policy level. They usually try to do roadside rallies, but right now they're trying to show us that we are working on it policy-wise. We are trying to remind you that with Raila's these numbers, with Ruto's this number of numbers, it will be need. But remember, we've just consistently, and not even on the ground, on social media said, we reject this handshake. And he's also come out and said, I have listened to you guys and I'm rejecting the handshake. Now the presidency
KASAMWEL. You
is
see,
now with us.
KASAMWEL, even the gods don't want you to continue. Yeah, but I get what you're saying.
Can you allow me to finish?
No, hold up, bro. We have celebrity in the house, bro. We have celebrities. Let us acknowledge our celebrities. You want to give a puny submission, and we have Kivuta Kibwana here. Hey, how dare I listen to Leroy when Kivuta Kibwana is here. Shame on you, Leroy. Yeah.
May I respect the table, please?
Professor Kivuta Kibwana, it's my pleasure to welcome you to this space. Karibu.
Asante sana, ninashukuru Andrea, na nimekuwa nikisikiliza hii very heated conversation na ninafurahi kwa sababu hapa kuna dialogue ya ukweli na tena kwamba hata kukiwa kumekuwa na shida imetokea, yeyote yule akija katika space yenu, mnakuwa na hiyo heshima ya kukubali kwamba dialogue inaweza kuendelea, na pia ni jambo nafikiri nzuri. Lakini ningependa kusema, kwa sababu nimefollow hiyo conversation ya Juliani na Leroy, na kitu kimoja nafikiri cha maana labda kusema ni kwamba a vision, an idea can be a leader. It is not necessarily that you have to see the people who are leading as such, because like when long time ago we said no reforms, no elections, that idea, really mobilized the country in the 90s as we were like asking for the constitutional, looking for the constitution. So there's a book that I'm very fond of, and in another space I was talking about it, a book called New Power, How It's Changing the 21st Century and Why You Need to Know, by somebody called Henry Timms na Aman. Na hicho kitabu sijui ni ukurasa gani, ukurasa wa 18 kinasema kwamba there are two types of power. Kuna ile old power na values zake. Values zake, it is its formal representative governance, it is managerialism, institutionalism, it's about competition, excluding people, resource consolidation, it's very confidential, hawataki vitu vingi vijulikane, wana discretion nyingi. They focus on expertise, professionalism, specialization, and long-term affiliation and loyalty, less overall participation. Kwa hiyo ni kitu ya watu wachache, they hold on to that power, alafu wao wanafinya watu wale wengine. But then there is another... Yes?
Professor, I have a question.
Yes.
So who came up with the no reforms, no elections?
This was the National Convention Assembly, National Convention Executive Council. Ile ilianza na opposition na civil society wakiwa pamoja.
So, nani alikuwa wa kwanza kusema no reforms, no elections? There must have been the same way Raila said Kibaki tosha. So who was the first one to say no reforms, no elections?
That was in the context of in the first plenary, of the NCA, the National Convention Assembly. That is where that idea came from, and it was a collective idea. I don't think you can ascribe it to one person and it caught fire. Just like even reject finance bill.
But Professor, it's always one person. It's always one person. Yeah, it's always one person who comes up with the idea and everybody runs with it. So I thought maybe you knew who that person was, because for Kibaki Tosha, we know it is Raila.
Yes. Well, we can go back to history and we can ask Akena Willie, we can ask Akena Njoya, we can ask Akena Kepta, and so on. But in my own understanding, we were talking a lot about there are no reforms until we reached a point where we said, okay, now we are going to say no reforms, no elections. But I don't want to say, I can't remember. Let me say that I can't remember, but it caught. It caught fire, and I don't want to say that it must have been me because I was a spokesperson of that movement then. But it is something that was organic, I think. But we can We can ask Akena Kepta, Akena Cyprian, Akena Willie, and we can see exactly who said that when it concretized. But I think it is something that took some time to concretize. But also, Andrew, what I wanted to say about this new power, because I think it's very fundamental in terms of this debate that you're having. The new power is informal governance, informal networked governance. It is opt-in decision making. Opt-in, you are part of a decision making, somebody else opts in. It is self-organization. There is collaboration. There is crowd wisdom. There is sharing. There is open sourcing. There is radical transparency. There is do it yourself ethic. Like you see that this needs to be done. People do it. Something else needs to be done. Like people, want to have this X spaces, it is done. People want to, organize for legal thing, the health thing, work on the streets, and so on and so forth. And so there is more overall participation. And I think movements of that kind are not traditional, and they, those in power who are used to monopolized power, they have a big problem understanding, what is happening. And in many ways also, Mau Mau started like that. Even that NCC thing started like that, where even for a long time there was no, like, you couldn't say that this is the leadership. We said we don't want, leadership, because it's all of us. It's corporate leadership. It is leadership of many people together doing different things. The civil society is doing certain things. The political opposition, Akena Orengo, Akena Nyang Nyong, and all those, the religious sector is doing different things. And that's why it was not easy for a while for Moi to defeat it. Until now, as is happening today, you have this series of handshakes, which began in 64 when Kanu and Kadu came together, the first big handshake. 1990s, and they excluded Jaramogi. 1997, you have that IPPG thing when the political opposition now thinks that the civil society is becoming very powerful and they leave. And that is why I could myself even understand in advance that the more power this movement developed, the political class always, feels threatened. And then they go and gang together and see whether they can salvage themselves and sabotage any new thing that wants to radically change what's happening in our country. And so, from my PPG, inter-parties parliamentary parties group, then Moi and Raila, came with Moi, what was called New Kanu. Then there was Kibaki, initially, first of all, invited Uhuru, and then later Raila. Then Uhuru invited Raila, and now Ruto is inviting Raila. Of course, on the periphery, some people are saying, for example, Kalonzo is saying that, he doesn't want to be there, although he went to KICC. And of course, up to now, they have not asked Farah Maalim, who Farah Maalim was, is a wiper guy. They have not asked him, whatever statement he made, was it true or was it not true? Because one would have thought even before the National Cohesion, whatever committee asked him, his party would. So this is something that, that keeps on happening. And so that is why I think in the conversation that I had, whenever you try to go on their table, of course they invite you, but you are not one of them. So you can only get crumbs.
Kibulo, are you telling us this like an insider, like somebody who has been there and now you know how the game operates, or? I'm struggling. I'm struggling a bit to follow you, because I'm wondering, are you telling us from the inside, and how can we trust that this information you're telling us is real information, or you've been sent?
I don't know who would send me, but what I'm trying to say factually Factually, you can follow what happened in '64 when Kanu and Kadu came together. Factually, you can follow what happened in IPPG 1997. Factually, you can follow that Moy and Raila got into New Kanu. Factually, you can follow what happened with Kibaki and Raila. You can follow all those things, and you can draw any lessons you want, or you may not draw any lessons. But I like the idea of let there be two tables, so that there's a table of these guys who are coming together. There's a table of these Gen Zs and the millennials. There's that table. I think you can have a dialogue of the table, the one table where Raila and the president are, and so on, and you can have another dialogue of where the Gen Zs are, and as a result, maintain the integrity, of this movement, which is actually, one can compare it with the Mamo movement in terms of how it has shaken the country and the powers that be, even perhaps more than NCA, NCC, and the return to multi-party movements, how they shook the status quo. So, in my view, even this idea of saying that you want to identify leaders, as of now, the vision and the idea, that's the leader. And so one needs to focus on that. If there are tasks to be done, like I tried to explain this new power thing, people do tasks differently, and it works. Because the reason one is pushed to get leaders is so that they can be approached, and the approach
Okay.
has come out there initially. The approach
So
has come out.
Professor, I think there's some people who want to ask you some questions here, so I'll
Okay.
have to interrupt you. Yeah. So
Yes,
Leroy,
yes.
Leroy, I think Leroy, you wanted to take a question.
I have a question.
And Duke, go ahead. Go ahead. So let's start with Duke.
Professor, thanks for coming through. Now, I have two questions. One, what don't you people understand with the Gen Zs? We are saying, since independence, there was a problem at conception. There was a problem at conception. There is the question of land. There has been a lot. All the people who have had reforms in Kenya have really identified the problem. But then, what is it that people don't understand? We don't want all those people who are in the current political establishment. So when we talk about dialogue, it's like we are still entertaining them. The Gen Z message is clear. It seems nothing is working. We are almost 60 years. You get children studying under a tree, failed economy, poor roads, nothing seems to work. Now we are saying we want a complete overhaul. The right word is overhaul. Then still, you are still gyrating around the idea of having two tables for a dialogue. None of us have said we want a dialogue. We want a complete overhaul. Then number two, the idea is the leader. I get that point clear. Then, don't you see the need to have some sort of organization? Like you have talked about the reforms in the 90s for the multi-party clamor, but then eventually there is some order you must have. You can't behave like you're in a market, of course. Then, if that we have that order, at what is the right time for us to have it? If today you say it's not needful, at what time do we have it? Because eventually we must have it. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Will there be another, or Andrew, I could answer that?
Leroy, do you have a question that
Yes, yes.
you want to
let me
add
go
on to
on.
that?
Can I?
Let me ask him. So there is that point that you also asked him, which I want to Kasmuel also talked about, and I want to also pose this question to Juliani. So what Kibuta Kibwana I'm hearing you say is that my idea was, what I was thinking is that we need to come up this together, send these leaders in there into that system and try and change it from inside. But what I'm hearing you and KASAMWEL and Juliani say is that it's impossible for us to do that. We can't go in there and change this system from inside to make it work to our favor. That is what you're saying.
Could I answer now, Andrew or Bado?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Andrew,
Okay.
can I?
Kibuga Kibona, Professor, go ahead.
You know, many people have tried to change this thing from the inside, from including and especially, you know, the Pintos, the Jaramogi, the Kagias, the even to some extent JM Kariuki, you know, because this is something that was planted from colonialism at independence. Even when we got the 1963 constitution, it was very quickly changed, and all the institutions that were inherited. Because the most critical thing is, if these institutions, the accompanying laws, and some of these policies, if you don't uproot them, and therefore you have this radical, radical stuff, what sometimes Akenagugi called decolonization of not only culture, language, economy, the whole works. Things that, of course, people like Sankara tried, to do and got killed. Lumumba tried and got killed, and so on and so forth. If you don't do that, it is not your system. So if it's not your system, how can you change it? Saying that you want to change it from the inside, but of course, from now, like like what Gen Zs are saying, they're saying, okay, we have told you we want this changed, we want this changed, we want this changed. So there is no reason why you can't change all that, because we have told you. And if it is like the finance bill, yes, it has been paused, but the Appropriation Act was itself signed. The budget is still intact, although the president said that there are things that are going to be excluded from the previous budget. It was also not for the president alone to say that, because again, that required public participation, so that the cuts are cuts which make sure that money goes to like bursaries, and money goes to health, and money goes to wherever. Even this IBC bill, there are questions there, because the majority of the people who are supposed to select the panel are politicians, the political class itself, which it wants to appoint the referee, and so on and so forth. So, what I'm saying is, the work which needs to be done, and which Mao couldn't do, and it was betrayed, and so on. It is work which requires radical surgery, and if, of course, people are not ready for that, it means that the issue will be postponed once more. And the more that happens, the more we gravitate towards, what the about young people are trying to do, the Mombasa Republican, Mungiki, and so on, because they feel that it's too much. They can't continue that way. So what Leroy is suggesting, it has not on the whole worked, because even when Raila gets into these systems, when he was considered still an outsider, it is not always easy for him to become a real decision maker, so that things can be changed in a very progressive, transformative way. So I think if also maybe I was clear in what I was saying, I was saying that this dialogue, if it is Gen Zs who have brought issues on the table until the system is wanting to respond, why would the dialogue be with the other political class, the other section of the political class? Because if it's a coalition government, how will it solve the issues which the Gen Zs are putting on the table? So you and then it's a dialogue for 1 week. A dialogue for 1 week. How can that sort out the mess that has been created for 50 years also? So that is why I was saying those guys can do a dialogue on their own if they so wish. The Gen Zs and this movement can continue with its own dialogue because all these spaces is continuing dialogue, and that can happen. And finally, this business of leadership. First of all, me, I believe that the idea itself is an organizing principle, and it is being used by all people who have been thirsting for fundamental change in the country to come in. And if this is taken to the counties, is taken to up to the world level and to the rural folks, the rural youth, Gen Zs, and there's a lot of political education, then this will really become a powerful movement. And of course, it takes a long time. It's the long haul. Like somebody put the Sri Lankan example somewhere. It takes long. Sometimes people, do certain things. There's complexity in terms of the strategies. Sometimes they rest, they pause, and they continue. And of course, there's a question of people are hurt, people die, and all that kind of stuff, and in struggles that happens, unfortunately. So I think it is how you guys your conceptualization of what you are doing together. It's how you conceptualize it and how you give it power, continue to give it power. But the moment there is squabbling about I am the ultimate leader. First of all, one person cannot lead something like this. Even when you reach a point where you decide now you require some leadership for something that is critical, it will still be leadership of many people together, not leadership of one person who can be if you get them out, that's the end of the movement, or if you buy them or if you kill them or whatever it is. Like when Dedan Kimathi, they thought they would kill him and that would be all. But fortunately, even up to today, the spirit of Mao is driving, things. So it is not like a time may not come when you guys decide there is now need for certain leaders to do whatever it is. But in the infancy of this movement, in my view, one way of creating problems for yourself is now to say we have this two people, one person, or whatever, kind of leading. But of course, these are just ideas from. Is it what we called baby boomers or whatever? And it's up to you to drive your vision, in ways that you have been driving it. Asante.
I find it a bit disingenuous for you to tell them not to select leaders for themselves when all you did during your time was scream the name of all the leaders who are there. I mean, there has to be some transparency because these leaders are not just going to come up from here. I mean, we already know who these leaders are. They have already presented themselves. They are not. There are no other leaders who are waiting in the shadows. So it may seem good because it seems like you're playing to the gallery. You're telling them, oh yeah, I understand what you're saying, but it's not true. The truth is that they really need to have some solid representation, no matter what the cost.
Andrew, that is your decision. I was simply talking from our previous experiences. Even for those movements to reach a point where they had, some persons or some leaderships and so on. It took time for that to develop and to gel, and then some opportune time becoming necessary for that to happen. But I'm not saying that you shouldn't do what you want. I'm just sharing what happened, and those are things that people maybe who were involved in during those days. If you can ask the Gitobus, you can ask the Orengos, you can ask the Motungas, you can ask even Cyprian, Kepta, and all that kind of stuff, Joya, and all those guys, they will tell you that it was that kind of a process. But if you feel that you need to identify your leaders now, it's your movement, so nobody can tell you that you can't do that, because that is what you would want to do. And if in your judgment that's what you want to do, then nobody can tell you don't do it.
James, do you have anything you want to ask, Professor?
Yeah. So I like the statement, build your own table. So on one hand, Professor, you're saying we should build our own table. Juliani, you also said it. And I think that is precisely what we're trying to do. And how do you build a table? You come together, you sit down, you construct it. You see, if I may just expound a bit where my head was at, and I think that's where even Kibe is coming from with this whole leader thing. We're not really talking about the leaders who will take the government. What we're talking about is this. If people have one agenda, which is to change the status quo in Kenya, then we can have a multi-sectoral committee of young people from each and every industry, marketers, accountants, doctors, the same thing that has been happening. But now we attack this with a plan. People have been throwing Sri Lanka recklessly, and I'm like, what type of example is that? It took 7 months. Do we look like we want to take 7 months? We have to be wiser, my guys. And we can only achieve some things really quick through planning. All we are trying to say is, let's have a unified form of planning and movement. You see, for example, if we were to say, how will we do civic education in the entire country at a very short time? Such things need finances. So we might decide, let's do a medical camp around the whole country using these doctors for Kenya. So such a plan, we draw it up, we find out how much it needs, and we put that in our general budget. The people for IT, we might be like, we need a software to register the members of the public. We need designers to do designs. We need t-shirts for the people who are on the road. We can draw this up as a plan. We need road show trucks to go around Kenya. We need concerts to be happening, like the one that was at Uhuru Park, but in different towns. If we can draw up this plan and have a budget for it, we will have killed 3 birds with 1 stone. Number 1, economic vibrancy, because we will create job for youths who will be involved in this movement. Number 2, if we are all unified under one umbrella, we will move way quicker. So fatigue will not be a reality, because let's be honest, right now, someone who doesn't have food or doesn't have a source of income, and let's say their mother gets sick, they will have to go to Qatar to do those jobs. So this thing, the longer we drag it, the less the momentum will be. That's what I think. So I really don't think we should look at it as leaders per se, but look at it as the people we are entrusting to run this machinery. We can have a collective fund, a fund that is transparent. Anyone can access to see the information, how much has been raised and how much has been spent. This fund is specifically used for the purposes of
driving towards a greater Kenya. As in, let the politicians join themselves on that camp, but us, let's create our own table. Like, instead of waiting for it to run itself, let's take action in our hands, organize ourselves properly so that we can achieve things in a quicker, easier manner. So, Professor, what do you think? And also, I'd like to hear Juliani's take on, like, where my head is at.
Buddha, but it may happen tayari, bro. The reason why even it could happen in the first place is because whatever you're describing has been happening. The only difference now what you're saying is every time I say, and I've said this before, the reason why country in a move is because we delegated our responsibilities to people. Sahi kenye imehappen ni mimi strength yangu ni kuchambua hii constitution. Mimi ni lawyer. And the first Tuesday when tulikuwa Central, you could see lawyers wa young yani wamekaa hapo wanachapa table ya OB wakidemand waone OCS watolewe. Like hiyo ni individual responsibility first. Ni kama hii whatever, sijui kama community ni watu sana torrent. And torrent, how it works, at least when you can understand, ilikuwa ni for you to grab a file. Kama unataka watch movie, now if you can correct me if I'm wrong, the more, if you have many people downloading that movie at the same time, it's gonna a different effect now. So a few can download your movie at the same time. So it's the same thing that has been happening. The reason why tumefika up in the first place is because imekuwa organized organically. And we can't, there's no hiyo story ya kwambia wasee wewe fanya hivi. Mimi the reason why niko napenda KASAMWEL because yeye alikuwa amechangamka, anaenda kwa TV kila pahali ameitwa. Boni the same. Boni alikuwa kwa mochari, alikuwa wapi? Hanifa akajifanya akatekio aspect ya finances, ako kila pahali. Huyu nani amesema anataka kufanya space. So the way ina move organically inafaa kumove so that msemina akichoka kuna msemina anachukua automatically. But if you start planning tuchagua nini, let's think, hiyo momentum inaanza kuwa kitu kingine tena because we will never agree. But mimi kiniambia unataka ni kama hii concept ya Uhuru Park, unataka ni perform tu ngoma moja, sawa. Nani anaweza do sound ni aje na nisubside na sound, yani tupatie hapa for leo at least for free, tutasort transport. Boni unajua nani tumuite na akam. So it's, we are trying to think so much yani na hizo akili zetu because maybe we are all different. Mimi ni artist, so I see things differently na wasa organize, wasa wanapenda order, accountants na vitu kama hizo. But the truth is you have to look back at your successes before hata mfike hapa. You have achieved so much with little. You kama ina work, if it's not broken, don't try to fix it. When the time comes for vitu take shape when inafaa kuwa, I'm sure it will be revealed to us and it will happen smoothly and more than you can even you can imagine or plan. And the last thing I want to say is na msiota taongea next hata mimi aniambie kama iko wrong ama ni advice, is that in our country ukiangalia before Lancaster ilikuwa ni msome pangwa wakaambiwa ni aje come ika happen, and then ika happen wasa wakapata na maland wakapata na mabesi zao land. Moi akakam for 24 hours au kwa neza hata question Moi na si generation ya Moi. Mimi niko hapo mwisho mwen Moi alikuwa na kabla toke, and then Kibaki ameingia throughout history yote until tufikia hapa sahi place tuko sahi. We have to accept that we are in an amazing space and we are actually a generation that is going to now decide the future of this country, how it will look. And we can't afford to use old tricks to decide the new future that we are looking forward to. We actually need to get ourselves out of the way, because what I'm hearing right now is that we are all putting ourselves on the way and how we think we should go. You even didn't know how this is going to happen. You only found yourself in the street. How come umepanga kwa calendar next week na come We all know when Boni said tuendeni kwa street, tukatokea, most of us all like, I mean, Andre hapo, Andre alikuwa anasema, hey, ni aje, tumepangwa, hey, nini. And then akakam baadaye akasema, actually, I didn't see it. That's how things move. Unaget? So we should have fresh eyes. Actually, we should take ourselves out of the equation kabisa. Let's actually toa mind yetu na our past experiences kabisa, because this is new territory. I even dare say this is new territory all over the world, because all over the world Tahir Squares doing ilikuwa na agenda toa huyu. What you are saying is that there's a new consciousness of the Kenyan people and the way they think about their country. When we say Ruto must go, it was not individually, I mean, of course, nyinyi problem kuna when how you think of it. Mi sikuona Ruto lazima atoke president ama me, I just knew that now the way business was being done has to change. Then there has to be accountability. Hii ndio ilitoka wapi na inaenda wapi. There have to be wasee wanafanya kazi ile wanafaa kufanya, sio kutuonyesha kwenda kwa Harambee venye moja alikuwa anadu. It was a new, refreshing way of looking at things, and the president missed an opportunity to actually take the country forward. Yeye akatry kufanya the same thing all of us right now are trying to do, which is using old ways to try to figure out the next future. Let's get ourselves out of the way, because we are becoming our own problems. We don't know how we got here. We only knew we were asked to be in the street, and we were moved and convicted to be in the street. So let's get ourselves out of the way and allow ourselves to be guided towards what is going to happen right now. Otherwise, our old tricks will never get us anywhere. None of us know anything about what is going to happen tomorrow. And let's not behave. We can learn from our previous experiences na Kibwana, and that's what Kibwana na kufanya sahi anaambia, this is how we used to do it. But probably this is new. Maybe we have never seen this. The whole world have never seen this before. No, so yes, thank you, yeah.
Okay. All right. We have Gummy here. Is it Gummy or am I getting it wrong? Or Gamey?
Yeah, you are right, Andrew. Am I audible?
Yeah, you're good.
Can you guys hear me?
You're good. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay, thank you for giving me the opportunity, brother. Myself, I'm not born in Kenya, but I'm in Kenya, and I'm talking out of concern point of view of what is happening in this country we love dearly. I am from Ethiopia myself, but I'm married to Kenyan, and Kenya is my second home, so I'm concerned about what is going on here. But I don't know where to begin in the first place, because the topic is different. What we are discussing is diverse, and many views are circulating. But I want to say some few things from the experience that we had in Ethiopia. You know, you guys, I'm not seen or I'm not heard people talking about the huge protest that was taking place in Ethiopia just few years back, which actually changed the government. I don't know whether many people are aware of this and what it brought to the table, and then what happened after the change was, realized. There is a lot of things that is going on in the Horn of Africa, and I don't know whether we need to really talk within the context of beyond Kenya, or only talking in the Kenyan context. So for me, I really don't know where to begin. But as I said, I want to say something. Look, the future belongs to the young people, wherever you are, whoever you are. The future belongs to the youth or the young people. And young people must organize themselves properly and have a clear vision of what they want to achieve. Okay, within a short, long, and even longer period of time. There has to be a clarity of what we want. There has been a problem among the young people of being emotional when we want to do things, which is actually related to age. Yeah. So, what happened in Ethiopia just 6 years back? There was a kind of revolution, we can say, but it is a protest. There is a difference between protest and a revolution. Uh, you know, that changed, as I said earlier, that changed the governments of the day. And now there is a new government, there is a new party leading the Ethiopia, but with its a lot of flaws, and even worse than the previous government. Do you know why this happened? It is because the protest or we can call it the revolution that was in Ethiopia was being led by different setup of people. With the only thing the revolutionary leaders or the protest leaders were focusing is to change the government, but not prepared. Then what's next? Then after changing the government or after changing the leader which you don't like, then what's next? Preparation for the after thing. I mean, post something, you need to prepare for that. We didn't, as Ethiopians, I came from the largest region in Ethiopia, the Oromo people. We fought our young people, the Keros. We call them, like Gen Zs of today, we call them Kero. Kero means youth. The simple meaning of Kero is youth. Okay? So we fought with army of that day or that government without bare hands, protesting, boycotting, and then we forced the government to be changed. But we were not ready to put our leaders on, as unity, being united, putting our proper leaders in front to take over the government. Someone just from nowhere appeared to become a leader and took over the country, who is now the prime minister of Ethiopia. Then he made a lot of mistakes. After he came to the power, after he came to power, now I'm talking of the current prime minister of Ethiopia, that country went into hell. I think many people might know what's happening in Ethiopia. There was a war that took about 2 years, and hundreds, thousands of people had to die because it was war. Just a conflict or some kind of political instability. It was war, complete war. Okay, so the result of our revolution, the result of our protest of the then youth, we call them Kero, did not bear fruits simply because we were not prepared. We were not articulated of what we want to achieve and by whom we want to achieve, what we want to achieve. So now my worry about what is happening in Kenya is the same. If we want to change a government or a system, first of all, you really need to be so very strategically. I mean, you have to really plan well. You have to align good leaders for that. Okay? And you have to prepare yourself to pay a heavy price, because not struggle is not easy. Struggle is not easy in Africa, my friends. Let alone in Africa, struggling to change a government is not easy even in the developed countries. Okay? But we have to be, the youth, the Gen Zs, it's my desire that you really have to organize yourselves and make your vision clear and align your leaders, put them in positions, organize yourself properly, and articulate what you want to achieve. Then you go for it. This is what I want to say. And the other thing I just want to contribute is from the experience we had in our country is, okay, how do you want to change the government or how do you want to change the system? Is it from within or is it overall kind of change? I would prefer for Kenya, I would prefer, this is my personal view, I would prefer the, the one from within. Overhaul change of the government in Kenya is costly at this time because Kenya is in a better position to deal without much bloodshed. You can do things from within if you properly organize yourselves and if you can articulate what you want for your people and for your country. Okay, uh, like in Ethiopia, it did not work from within. But in Kenya, I can say it can work from within because the government is willing to listen to the young people. And then if the young people are really organized and focused and they articulate what they want to achieve within their country, then they can go for it without really, confronting the old interests. You cannot fight with your fathers. There are some things you want as a child when you grow up, when you grow up, as your interest and your needs grow. We have to see we have to look at or see at a country as a family or as home for in which you want to change things. Okay, there is no need to categorize different views as enemies or as enemies, the, those you want to target and eliminate completely. That will create anarchy, that will create enmity, because everybody want to live, prosper. Everybody has got its own interest and group. So you have to really identify what you want to change within your country. Don't go the harder way. Don't go the really view of enmity way, or like you want to eliminate them. You want to completely annihilate them. If people think this way, then they fear and they become defensive. It is human nature. So that will take the way we Ethiopians have gone. Now the youth in Ethiopia are armed. Ethiopia is not a safe country in the major regions in that country, like Oromia in the Amara region, because the youth is armed to the teeth and they are fighting with the federal government and the regional forces. So everything, people are talking there with guns. It will take you to that direction if you extremely take sides against the government. And the government also want to defend its interests. I mean, when I say government, the current government, which is on power, there are some kind of interests they have. There are some kind. So I just want you to. I'm giving this from experience. So it's better to do things from within, but with a clear vision and with strict discipline and being organized. So, like now, Andrew put the subject for the discussion today: truth and reconciliation. Truth and reconciliation comes after dialogue. So, within that dialogue, you will ask for justice. You will ask for um, uh, a lot of things that needed before truth and reconciliation. Okay, in the dialogue process. So I would prefer the youth now the Gen Zs really put their selves organized, have a clear vision of what they want to achieve within their country, and also careful how to deal with the old guards. I mean, with the old, politicians, with the old generation, because it should not be a generational fight. It should not be between young people and the old people. No, there are good people that have passed the good things to generations to generations. There are corrupt people. Those need to be targeted. There are good people also you need to follow. There are people who have fought for this country's democracy. They should not be all together put in one basket. That way it won't work. You have to identify the real enemy of the people, the corruption, the tribalism, the yani self, some kind of group only taking care of its own interest against the majority, such kind of things. So I don't want to say much. I'm really concerned about what's happening in Kenya as a, as someone living in Kenya. I'm not born in Kenya, I said, but I'm married to a Kenyan. I have children from a Kenyan, my wife from Kenya. So the future of Kenya belongs to the young people, and so the young people must really careful how to deal, their struggle. That's all I want to say for now. Thank you, Andrew, for giving me the opportunity. I think I've taken much time. Andrew, I'm done.
Seems like Andrew has disappeared. Anyone who wants to say a word of what Game has said?
Who has disappeared? Who has disappeared? Hey, mmeongea sana mno. So let's do this.
Yeah, I hope you guys have been. Okay, Andrew is back.
Yeah, so let's do this. Let's close these with final submissions from all the people who've been here. I'll give a chance to Juliani, Duke. I'll give a chance to Leroy, Washira, and James. So give me like your final submissions, then we can close this up. And no, tomorrow's another day. Let's start with you.
Hata mimi
Wewe nataka wewe umalize. Wewe ngoja utamaliza alafu tufunge show na wewe.
okay.
All right, so let's start with let's start with Washira. Washira, are you there?
Nico. Asante sana. First of all, thank you to the previous gentleman who has just spoken from Ethiopia. I think amesema vitu enlightening sana. These are the kind of things you wish they can stick in your head for a while you're dreaming, ndio ufikirie vizuri. But on top of that, Kenya nasema ni kuwa since people have undecided whether we are going to have a leader or the idea is going to be a leader, probably we can look into the past and see that probably the Professor alisema Kivuta that the idea can be a leader. And I know, Andrew, you don't want to hear that unasema ati it's like he's avoiding the story. But if you look at the idea of somebody like Moses from the Bible, or even the Americans, the way they handle it. The Americans, for the longest time, they were dealing with something called the American dream. So any leader every leader would come on board would be a plug-in. As in, we already have an idea as a people.
this is where we are going. Sasa wewe shikilia steering wheel, si tuko kwa gari. Kama hujui kupeleka hiyo gari pale inaenda, toka kwa hiyo kiti, mtu mwingine aingie. So if we have a strong philosophy as probably as a country, or which is going to take time, it will take us to be very patient. Probably the Gen Z revolution will last. They won't even bear the sweetest fruits of this revolution. Maybe it will be their children who are going to see it. We might have to be very patient to see all that. The other thing nilikuwa nataka kusema ni I wish Kibudha angekuwa hapa. Nilikuwa nataka kumwambia he was one of my father's favorite politicians because he never dyed his hair. My father considered politicians very dishonest people because they're all dyeing their hair. Chiki msekara ila ako 8 na ako na nywele ya black. And since watu wanataka kwenda kulala na nikushua Kibe anasikia usingizi kidogo. Kibe should consider yourself to be a speaker for parliament huko mbele. Why I say so is because I think maybe unajidharau kidogo, lakini I think you have a proper understanding of what democracy is. Ungekuwa unasikiza venye watu walikuwa wanaongelesha Osama jana, venye Osama aliingia online jana, na even when watu walikuongelesha wewe sasa, you went into some group and you were refused the liberty of speaking. Kuna msanaitwanga I think this Canadian psychologist Jordan Peterson ashaipayana the perfect description of free speech, of which I've had so far.
Hey, Kibe, I can't seem to hear before.
Amunisikie mimi?
Nakusikia.
Yeah, alisema nini? Free speech is a
Du pia tunakusikia, mimi nakusikia.
Yeah.
Okay, Fidi. So my
No, Duke. Washira is giving a submission. Maybe drop and come back.
Nasema tu democracy is not democracy. Free speech is the liberty to be wrong in public. So I have noticed that in this revolution Kenya imekuwa ikihappen ni kwa kuna watu wanakuwa silenced completely. People itafika at some point people will be afraid to be wrong in public, and if you don't have the freedom to be wrong in public, then we won't have space to be throwing these ideas back and forth. So Kibe, tu mimi ningetaka kukuambia asante sana Kenya unafanya na chikini kitu ya maana sana. Naendelea vivyo hivyo. Usikwe mtiaji uko mbele. Na hii mambo yote ikishaisha ningetaka kuona hiyo vita yenu na nini Juliani kimalizana. Hiyo itakuwa entertainment mzuri sana. So thank you all and have a good night. Asanteni. Ashira, you're such a pure. All right. Thank you, Ashira. Anybody else I'm leaving out before I go and give it to Juliani?
Kibe, I can see we all have different points of view, and I think for us to move forward, we need to come to a point where we all can see something in one direction, then move forward. It's a good thing that you're doing, that you're giving people a chance to come and bring these thoughts together, and hope you're going to get somewhere. And I hope it's not going to be late. That's all I can say. Thank you for today, and good night.
All right. Thank you, Leroy. I appreciate that. James, are you still here with us?
Yeah, I'm locked. We live to fight another day. Like, it's dope, all the submissions. I like how the Ethiopian guy said, planning is important. I'm really not liking this tone for it will take long. I think things take longer than they should because of lack of proper planning. That's just what I think. Like, if things are planned properly, as in, sini wase tumegrow up na microwave manze. Hatuna 7 years za kushinda tukistruggle na kitu, tukipanga vizuri tunaweza chapa hii game in less than 1 year, tumalizane na hii kurectify system. So let's keep the fight going. If we'll have to push these guys to take more accountability, tukuje tuone tunaweza fanya nini, itabidi tufanye hivyo basi, we push it. And also let's give patronage to people who are supporting the cause. Kama Juliani, thanks for coming through. Tunafaa tukue tukidrop ngoma zao like kama interludes ama sijui mnazitangaje, hizo vitu ziko huko katikati watu wakishabonga sana. But apart from that, keep the fight going, manze.
All right, thank you James Muriuki. Juliani, si tumalizie hiyo show.
Sijui na maombi, but kenye ningesema tu, first of all nashukuru sana for the invitation. Nilijipata tu hapa and I thought I needed to hear what people are saying. I think we tunapuuza sana all these spaces that are happening, all these conversations that are happening, and tunapuuza that we are finally speaking. We are all speaking right now, and this has never. Sahi Kibe angekuwa na host sijui nini hapa sahi usiku na Nenge angekuwa na host sijui nini asubuhi. So it's really great that we are having this conversation. So whoever is saying that it hasn't happened or we're waiting for it to happen, I think you're wrong, because this thing has already happened and it started happening way earlier. If you're really keen as a human being, you will see that this wave has been coming in consistent to pole pole. And the change has already happened. The only difference probably ni msai kupata ball imaanisha taza immediately. James, we are not saying that it will whatever. We're just saying that ball imeshaipatikana. We'll wait for the process of it to grow and whatever. And by the time mtu amezaliwa bado lazima you have to make sure that amegrow akakuwa adult, amepita hiyo age ya 5 years. So that's why I'm speaking of patience, and also take stock of the successes that we have had so far. We are so fast at trying to get things done, and actually not going sitting back and saying, actually, you've done a lot here in the last 4 weeks, if not more. So let's take time kidogo, pat our backs kidogo, tujipatie shukurani, tusikuwe na hurry to change things sahi sana. And I'm not saying, when I say sahi, I'm not saying that it happen kesho. I'm just saying that it already happened, but it has to grow into ourselves. We need to also believe that actually it may happen, because I think some of us don't even believe it may happen. That's why we are so quick trying to fix things. Unaona? And I like to finish with the last thing to answer, and I learned this through history when I was looking at the civil rights movement. If you look at, and I gave this example initially, if you look at Martin Luther King, when he was fighting, he fought under the stage of the church. And if you look at Malcolm X, alikuwa ana fight under the stage of your Muslim brothers, na immediately alikosana nao akatoka. Movement ya Black Panther when it happened was that before Nani was killed, the guy, I forgot his name, forgot the name. He was a 21-year-old. And their movement was so powerful in a way that they used all aspects of movement building. First, they used law. So the law was that as a young, as anybody in America at that particular time, you can carry gun. As long as usifiche, you can carry it wakati hiyo. They used fashion and culture. Watu walikuwa na afro, watu walikuwa na black. They use social interventions. Ukilikuwa na say wanaenda kwa street, wanapatiana food, walikuwa na a well organized way of treating people and making sure that people are taken care of before they talk about the white man, or we need to do this. So, and this has been happening consistently for the last 4 weeks. Yani kuna tumetuma do when Hanifa was raising money, hiyo do ilitoka. Kuna wase walikuwa kwa maloya, hata saa hii wanatoa wase. Kuna madaktari walikuwa wanajipeana. Kuna wase walikuwa wakina Samuel walikuwa kwa street, kwa radio station wanaongea. Kuna akina Kibe na nani walisema hatukuwa tunaelewa, but sasa tumechange now we nini. So if you really keen throughout this process yote, you see an amazing thing happening in our country right now. So don't be in a hurry to see something else. Appreciate where we've been. Then in that, utapata wisdom ya know the next step. And the next step are going to be clear. And it's clear right now that the government, wanajua, the people are taking their power back. And they're not going to allow us to take it easily. We are not saying Ruto must go so that he do not become a president. One way or the other, we have to have a president. We are saying everything that this administration represents should go. because it doesn't represent the aspirations and what we want as a country and moving forward. Because all this that is happening right now from Wasana Fight when I come together when wamepatikana kwa kona is what has been happening all through kwa politics. Venye nani ametuambia bwana, but what you're saying right now is that with the old needs to go, the old way of thinking. So you are calling it a revolution, me I'm calling it evolution. In evolution, bro, we are a new Kenya, a new consciousness, bro. So don't be so at unataka hii happen. It's unfortunate that we have lost people and we're going to keep remembering. Hata ukiteki kwa handle yangu ni I'm Rex. I'll keep remembering these individuals because it will never go in vain. But let's see for what it is, that the country has already changed. The country has already changed. And it will keep moving towards your direction, either we like it or not. So hiyo change unataka sijui lazima iwe tangible, lazima tukue planned. Ina come, but ipatie time igrow into what it needs to become. Otherwise, you'll not be even if it come, you'll not even be able to appreciate it because you're in a hurry to get something else. So nashukuru sana, yani nipige kelele na Mungu awabariki mpaka next time.
Niko njaa siwezi karanga, uwe hai shagala bagala. Niko tayari kulipa gharama, sitasimama maovu yakitawala, sitasimama maovu yakitawala. Ufisadi, ubinafsi, ukabila, kuuza sura wataki kuuza sera, undugu ni kufaana, sitasimama maovu yakitawala, sitasimama maovu yakitawala. Hatujajwadhifa una deserve bila kasha makashfa. Hii society Kenya wanaeza share ni nyungu ya busa ama keto ya shisha, mfuko zinafikia eko. Unajua thamani ya mali na size ya kiburi, eyo ujaibiwa juu hauna kakitu wo. Risking jail time, police, school and fall. Unaweza argue crime doesn't pay, lakini when it is misjustice ina pay. Mwizi ana 40 days, 365 days later anaendelea kutofata. Do anything for power, ready to lose their head for presidency. Bora waione kwa currency. Sababu gani siko affected and ambulance nikifly angani, nimezoa the same feeling matatu nikipitia potholes mtaani. Juliani, yeah, yeah. Niko ndani siwezi karanga, uwe hai shagala bagala. Niko tayari kulipa gharama, sitasimama maovu yakitawala, sitasimama maovu yakitawala.
All right. Guys, see you tomorrow, man. Have a good one. Thank you for joining me this evening. I appreciate it. Thank you to Juliani, to KASAMWEL, to everybody else who was here. That was a wonderful evening. I've totally enjoyed myself. Do have yourself a good evening. Let's catch up tomorrow. Same time, same place.